consideration of annual activity reports and audited financial statements of FARAFENNI General Hospital and any other business. Can any honorable member move that we adopt the agenda as it is or with amendment? Seconder. It has been moved and seconded that we adopt the agenda as it is. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. On that note, the agenda is hereby adopted. We may proceed. The first item is already dealt with. The next item on the agenda, consideration of the annual activity report and audited financial statements of FARAFENNI General Hospital. Yesterday, we received the presentations of the reports of FARAFENNI General Hospital, one for their 2017 to 2021 financial statement and reports, and two 2015 to 2022 activity reports, and thirdly, the GPA compliance report 2019 to 2021. Today we're here to consider these reports. We'll begin with the financial statements and report. Begin with the financial statements and reports, and then the financial issues that are observed by the subject matter specialists will also take note of, and as well as the audit queries that are in the management letters. We'll take the management through for them to provide response and clarifications, and then finally the compliance report of the GPPA. Honorable members, so that's the procedure. We first begin with the financial statements. I think we have 3 books for the financial statements. One is 2017 or 2016 to 2017. We can start with that. Honorable members, while you go through the issues highlighted by the subject matter specialists, I will take the management through on the management letters. Then we can end with the financial issues that are highlighted by the subject matter specialists. The management, can we go to page 80 of 2016 to 2017? Page 80 on detailed findings for the misstatement of financial statements. On that, the auditors finding the review of the financial statement and underlying financial records reveal an understatement of 4,900,000 of allowances paid to doctors, while an overstatement of 22 million or $22,838.86 was noted in respect of the subvention account disclosed in the financial statements. And we have the table below, and the auditors make the recommendation that, are you there? The management is requested to investigate these misstatements for adjustment in the financial statement, and that the management should ensure that proper and regular reviews are performed before financial disclosure of information are made in the financial statements. Yes, I was told, 22 is not million thousand, and then 4 also not million is 4,900. Sorry for that. And these are the queries advanced by the auditors, and the management respond to that. Management? Page 81.
The allowances amount to $17,650 were both Gambian and Cuban doctors, which are chargeable under different votes. Lang Barrow and Omar Sanko was an error detected and corrections done. Action to be taken. Adjustment done. See vote charge book, page number 408, that amounts to $12,750, and vote charge book page 425, amounting to $4,900. We will make submissions for verification. Officer responsible for remedial action, principal accountant. Date when situation will be regularized with immediate effect. That's our response.
And then you also, the further action to be taken, you also commented on that. Yes, the further action, you've read that one. And then the auditors further commented that the correction was corrected, but however, they stated that the due diligence is exercised to avoid future occurrence. Did you try to comply on that after 2017?
Yes, management has taken note of those things, and we have regularized those things.
You have regularized. After 2017, nothing of such
going forward, yes.
is happening.
Yes.
Auditor?
Well, as clearly indicated in our reports for 2018, 19, 20, and 21, there are instances of those things happening when we do our audit, but they also ensure that they adjust after we raise the issues.
So there are instances of those things happening.
Yes, as clearly shown in our reports already.
Now, can we take you to the next audit query that has to do with the non-disclosure of the fraud cases that could be found in page 81. The findings, discussion with the management review of financial records reveal frauds totaling $163,840 involving hospital funds during the period under review. These misappropriations were not disclosed in the financial statements. And the table is highlighted below. And on the auditors recommended that the management should establish adequate internal control to mitigate the risks of fraud. The above identified frauds should be disclosed in the revised 2016 financial statement, and the management responded to that.
Well noted, weekly banking of revenue collected has been instituted. Management now encourages staff, with the exception of daily wage, to open salary accounts to avoid large volume of cash handling. Action to be taken to include the misappropriation fraud in the 2016 revised financial statement for your review. Officer responsible for remedial action, principal accountant and team. Date when situation will be regularized, 30th March 2018, and submission for verification on an appointed date with audit team.
The auditor further comments that the financial misappropriations were not disclosed in 2016 revised financial statements. What's your take on that?
Sorry. My take on this is that this is money that was not appropriated. It was Jalaba created a program. Jalaba had adopted a word in the FARAFENNI, and then he staged a program, and then a committee was formed to take care of this, of which the victor who misappropriated this money was part of the committee. So it was very difficult for us to include it in our report.
Pardon?
It was very difficult for us to include that in our report, in our financial statement.
Auditor?
Well, as per their response, they did indicate that they have revised the financial statements. However, the statements that they submitted, that was not the case.
Yes, that's the portion of the auditors.
Yeah.
So what we are saying is that after that, they were expecting you to disclose that in the revised 2016 budget.
It should be of the statement. It cannot be in the statement. Maybe you only disclose it in writing, but it cannot be in the statement because the money that was just, we went in for a program, we got it. They have a committee of their own. The committee, I'm not even part of the committee. They have their own committee. They have their own money. They were asked to go and bank it, and within that time, I think the boy was somebody came to him and asked him that he was going to double the money for him. So yes, that's what happened. So you have all the money that man. The man ran away with the money.
The committee is not under the hospital.
Which committee?
You said that fundraising committee.
The fundraising committee was under the hospital, instituted by the chief executive.
So if that is the case, you are saying that that cannot be part of the report of the hospital?
Well, because accounts was not part of it. It was a committee that was instituted.
No, it's a committee, yes. The committee was instituted by the hospital.
Yeah.
And the fund that is raised, that's for the hospital.
Yeah.
In one way or the other, the fund belongs to the hospital.
Yeah.
So it should be part of the income of the hospital.
Yeah. But it has not reached account. It was with the committee.
The committee should report to the hospital.
Yeah.
That's not their personal fund. Well, CEO,
Mr. Chair, I think what happened there is once the monies were collected, the money should have been submitted to accounts for banking. But unfortunately, it did not reach accounts, and this incident happened. So that's where the issue was.
what incident happened? Can you clarify?
The theft of the money, because the one who came to, ask the boy to provide the money and he will double it. That's where the error occurred with the boy. And he thought that was possible. And he gave all the money to the guy. And the man ran away with the money, and he cannot trace him anywhere. So the money did not reach account for banking or any other activity.
The money was not submitted to the
Yes.
management.
That's where the problem came.
Sorry, 1 minute. Now, when you realize that the person had run away with the money, what did you do as management?
At the time, I was not the CEO, but I from the records, I've seen the CEO has, instituted the, recovery of that money, and the person in concerned was asked to pay back the money.
He was asked to pay back the money.
Yes.
Did he comply?
Yes, he did, and then I think the money was fully recovered. Some of the installment payments are captured in the report.
The money was fully recovered?
Yes, if you look at the financial, report, it is captured there. The part of the money has been recovered. So he's asked to pay it back, and he was later redeployed out of accounts to medical records. That's the action management took.
He was redeployed to?
Medical records department, yes. And up till now, he's serving as medical records clerk.
Under 1 minute. Now, the query of the auditor is still for failure to disclose that in the revised financial statement. Now, after the recovery and all whatnot, you are expected to disclose that operation in the revised financial statements.
That must have been the oversight. They should have disclosed it for the auditors to be aware that this has been, disclosed. I believe that was an oversight.
Audit?
Yes, Honorable Chair, as we rightly indicated in our response, this was not disclosed at the time of the audit. However, in our subsequent audit for the 2018-2019, we noted that the said amount has been refunded by the person concerned.
Okay. Honorable Chair?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. CEO or the finance personnel, who gave the authority for that money, the amount of money that was released to be given? And then was the entire amount of money recovered, and how long does it take to be recovered?
Yeah, I think the recovery has been confirmed. Okay. Yeah, how long did it take?
Yeah, what happened is that your first question was what? Can you repeat that? Your first question?
No, we said that one has been recovered.
It has been recovered.
Okay.
To be given out to who?
No, what happened, yeah, let me explain. The committee was set, organizing committee, to organize the program. and they organize the program, they no report back to the management. That's the money that they have raised from that fundraising. So the person who was in charge ran away with the money. Yes.
I don't think there was any instruction to him. He was supposed to, retire that money to accounts for banking.
And he did not.
But within the interim, this money doubler influenced him to give it to him. Yes, so that's what happened. Nobody instructed him to do so.
Now the issue is management has not received any money from the organizers, and then one of them decided to run with the money. Eventually, the management took a decision. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. If at all, we want to see the connection of the management, but now the management is cleared. So management has taken a further position, recover the money, and then discipline the guy in charge, that is to redeploy him to another unit. And the audits also confirm in their subsequent report that the money has been recovered. Yes. Well, I think that one may not be important now. Yes.
Also important for us to know how the money was recovered, and do they have evidences?
Okay.
As well? Otherwise,
That's genuine.
what on paper.
Yes. What is after is the process of recovering the money. You were told that you recovered the money, but you do not elaborate how the money was recovered.
Initially, the family paid a lump sum, and then the rest was deducted from the boy's salary monthly, and the auditors have confirmed it. That's how it was done.
Yeah, I think that can be connected to Honorable Cham's question. Now, if you are talking of part of the money was recovered through the salary, how long? For how many months?
I can't remember. I can't remember that. I don't want to lie why I'm on the oath.
Yes.
Since you can't remember, but can you provide us with the payment modes, the list of the months, number of months that he has been paying?
Yes, I can do that. I can do that. That can be provided.
You provide what? What was your question? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The evidence of the deduction from the payroll. Okay.
Let me take note.
Hmm?
The auditors are convened. The evidence
Yeah.
determine whether this was settled.
Auditor, yeah, I think fine. Yes. You have confirmed the money been refunded.
Correct.
Through deduction from payroll.
Correct.
Okay.
On top of my head, no.
Okay.
I think what is important here now is the internal control measures that we have to put in place. Because you plan the lesson. I don't know what control measures have to put in place right now.
What means is that one, the boy was redeployed from the accounts, he no longer handle her money, cash, and this was a committee set up. That is above my problem. Maybe the killer that said that.
Okay, going forward, what is in place now is every money that is collected is banked on that very day or the next day.
Yes.
And did you reported the matter to the police since it was fraud? And why retaining a person who committed a fraud in the same working place?
The matter was reported to the police, and the boy was taken to the police, and then he was bailed, and later they realized that we thought he has mismanaged, misappropriated the money on his own, at his own free. But later we learned that this money was given to a fuller man who sort of spelled him, and then we had...
You withdraw the flama, yeah?
Okay, sorry, yes. Okay, I withdraw that one. So, yes. So, since that was learned, they sympathized with him, that was not his fault, and then they said, let him pay the money. And then it was reported from accounts. That was the decision of the board, not me.
Why do you working at the hospital after committing fraud?
It on his own and so on, then one can understand that this man must not stay. But because he was sort of spelled, and then this man came and then talked to him and he gave him the money, and this was confirmed by the police because they later got the number of the man and they called him to come, but the man never came, and they don't know where he is.
That justify that someone can take public funds.
He was under spell. Yeah. Under a spell, yeah.
Okay. So, honorable members, now we can move on to... Yeah? Page 83, 3.3, non-disclosure of incident. This non-disclosure of incidents was also, non-disclosure of fire incident rather, was also mentioned by the auditors. I need not to go through the detail of the findings, and then that is to say, the auditors observed that the fire incident in June 2016 at the hospital engine room involving 3 staff that sustained injuries, and the management claimed that the officers were all compensated by the government, but the amount could not be established. And the auditors recommended that there should be proper safety tools provided to employees and the employees managing the generator, and that the management should disclose the fire incident in their financial statements.
Of Health and Department of Labor, payment of compensation was not through the hospital, but directly to the affected persons. Hence, the payment was not through hospital accounts, thus making it difficult to capture in the hospital's financial statement. Staff were provided goggles, boots, and overall, and the non-usage of safety gears was purely attitudinal. Action to be taken. The use of safety gears for support staff during work will hence be enforced. Officer responsible for remedial action, hospital management. Date when situation will be regularized with immediate effect.
You said the payment was paid direct to the victims.
What happened was that they asked for us to provide them with 13 months salary that was paid to them prior. That was all we were supposed to provide. We provided them, and then the ministry took it up with the labor department. It was labor and then the ministry that were engaged in these things, and they were paid. Obviously, they came back, they said they were paid. And that was confirmed. They are still working with us.
Well, part of the query is that your failure to disclose the incident. Did you disclose the incident in your report?
No, it was not. It was not, definitely. It was
Yeah.
not.
Because an incident of that nature, when that occur in your institution, if you are to report, should be reported or must be reported. And if compensations supposed to take place, the manner in which should also take course, should also be explained.
Yeah, but the hospital did not do the compensation, so it was done by central government.
I understand.
But no,
The central government the compensation was requested, and the central government requested information surrounding the compensation.
yeah.
And this can be explained in your report.
Ah, okay.
And the manner of the mode of application of the compensation can also be explained.
Okay.
But if you remove silence over it,
Okay. That was an oversight by
yeah, because this was a serious incident affecting your staff. So anything that happened to them, you should explain. And you should even establish how much was compensated to them. Whether it made the requirement or not, that should be established by the management. So if you feel that, well, they were directly paid by the government, you are no longer concerned, maybe they were underpaid, who knows? If they are underpaid, who should support them to make sure the balance are paid to them? Yes, CEO?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's right. The auditor's query is it was not disclosed. But my concern is where should it be disclosed? Is it the financial report or the activity report?
Auditor?
It's basically disclosing it in their notes. Not it cannot appear in the face of the financial statement. No, it can only come as a disclosure note in the financial statement.
Yeah. You've got that?
Mr. Chair, just to add,
Yes.
this incident, like the chair was explaining, it has serious implications on the operations of the hospital and even possibly pose a contingent liability. So these notes to the financial statement are meant to enhance information to the users of the financial statement that this thing happened. It may even have implication in our subsequent years of operations. So that is the disclosures. Only notes are part of the financial statement. The notes too are part of the financial statement. So that's why when we are expressing opinion, we express opinion on the statements and the notes, because those notes are important. So any matter that is of significance to the operations of the entity should be brought in. If you don't bring it, the auditors may also bring an emphasis of matter paragraph to emphasize that something happened which is so important to the operations, because we are now talking to the users outside that they need to understand, they need to be aware. Thank you.
Honorable members?
The compensation of the victim, I think it's just communication breakdown, because some people reported the matter, they made the compensation without monitoring how it was done and how it was done. I think that will be noted down, but if it's you people have not done so.
Can we move to the next point? That is on page 84, non-deduction of withholding tax. Under procurement, the auditors noted that payments amounting to $3,780,312.50 in respect of maintenance of vehicles and other services made to local suppliers. There was no evidence of deduction of 10% withholding tax, equivalent to 378,031.25 uturs, and recommended that the management to deduct withholding tax from suppliers and remit the money to GRA as detected in the above act. Management responded.
Management response is that non-deduction of withholding tax as revealed by the audit is accurate. This has never been brought to the attention of management since the act was introduced, despite regular annual compliance review by GPPA. Action to be taken. Management has since discussed with the audit team, engaged GPPA and GRA on the modalities. Officer responsible for remedial action, Hospital Contract Committee.
In your response, if you say at the first part that the management, the non-deduction of withholding tax as revealed by the auditor is accurate.
Yes.
So that means the withholding tax was not deducted.
Yes, definitely.
And that it was not brought to your attention.
Yes.
That you should be deducting withholding tax.
Yes.
Now the action that's supposed to be taken, you are to liaise with GRA for the modality of the deduction.
Yes.
And did you do that?
So,
It's on.
yes.
They are deducting.
We are deducting.
This particular sum we are referring to.
No. This, they said going forward.
Going forward.
Yes.
Auditor?
Honorable Chair, indeed, they cannot go back to deduct the tax. Those payments have already been made. So, in our subsequent audit, we already confirmed withholding tax are being deducted now.
So now they are cautioning you in the subsequent engagement, you should be deducting the tax, how do you call it?
The withholding tax.
The revolving tax.
Yes.
Now this one has gone for good. Huh?
Honestly, yes, I'm very frank.
And when they say ignorance of the law is no excuse. Auditor?
Just the Honorable Chair to clarify that it may not have gone in vain.
Yeah.
Withholding tax is a tax that is paid in advance because most of our taxpayers are in a category of informal sector and they're not registered probably with the GRA. So if you don't deduct them in advance, you may lose that revenue entirely. This is why the law allows for that 10% of the revenue that you are getting to be deducted. But in reality, your tax liability may be even less than that 10%. But what happened is after the GRA will now, you will have to present a withholding tax certificate to them that I've paid this already in advance. So now this is my tax liability. Now you can reconcile with the GRA exact. But it's good that they brought it to the attention of the GRA so that the GRA would have known that these people have this income because some of those people would have not been registered with GRA. And the GRA would have known that these people are trading with government, taking public funds, and at least they are not paying or they are not even on our database. Thank you, sir.
Now when they bring it to the attention of GRA, fine, and GRA realize, yes, this withholding tax was never deducted. What does law say about that? You should deduct it before the commencement of the work, but if you fail to do so, that means you flouted the law for not paying the withholding tax. And there are actually penalties charged to that.
In fact, Honorable Chair, there are penalties as per the income and value added tax. And maybe when they reported the GRA, this matter should have been taken up by the GRA in that particular instance. But I'm sure because they are a government entity, a public entity, those penalties and surcharges may not be really something that GRA will do on them. But there are penalties identified in the law. But what is also maybe the closer would have been after the matter, the GRA would ensure that these taxes that are owed by these people would be actually paid by them, because those people now have had incomes that they did not pay taxes on, probably. But that area, the GRA people at that people would.
The management cannot be deducting, but GRA should take action.
Correct. After the incident,
So,
because the management have already made the payments. The management has already made the payments.
Yeah.
But yeah, they couldn't go back and do the deduction because those payments have already left
Yeah.
that they are their premises. But
Yeah.
that is
Honorable members?
I just wanted to find out whether there is any tax report, like if it is for tax, whether we need tax report.
Yes, Honorable Chair. there is a tax refund. It usually go through a very rigorous process and also a time lapse, because what the taxman will say is, he will say possibly you will have some income in the future that your tax, it will knock off on your tax report. So they don't easily, they give a time lapse, a long time lapse, so that before you claim it, maybe you'll have some tax liabilities with them, something like this. But in the event that you are qualified for it, like diplomats in this country, when they pay VAT, so government has set aside an account at the central bank, which they will send in their refunds, and then they will be paid back, because diplomats everywhere are exempted from paying taxes. So they usually will be giving them refunds of taxes. That's a good category.
Yeah, I'm asking the question because it's really easier for government to collect money from you. For them to pay back is a problem.
Chair. So,
Yes, CEO.
in connection to this issue, it's very complicated for us at our level because our suppliers are really complaining that they cannot get their tax returns from GRA. And this is affecting our services with them because they will say, you cannot withhold my tax when I cannot get it from GRA. So we are having issues at that level. And some of, like FARAFENNI, where we are, most of them are not registered with GPPN, and they would never allow you to withhold their tax because they said they cannot get that money.
They are not registered with GP, and you issue them contracts.
No. We for petty businesses that we do with them, like for
There's nothing petty.
let me say our mechanic. Yes, he is registered with GPPA, but he is finding it very difficult to access his tax return from GRA, and it becomes a very big challenge for us to work with him because we always ensure we withhold taxes, but then it affects them. They will always come back and complain to us that you are withholding our money, but we cannot get it from that end.
Audit.
Honorable Chair, thank you. This withholding tax CEO, you will have to give them a withholding tax certificate. If you give them a withholding tax certificate, they will definitely be very much able to get anything from the GRA because the GRA recognizes that withholding tax certificate. So they are sometimes the challenge is the compliance level of this particular supply. Because if they are not very disclosed and very open with the GRA, then of course they will have challenges with the GRA. And that is usually the problem because the GRA have regional office in FARAFENNI. So there is a very open tax office there which they could relate with and they present their certificate. Their file is there. The GRA has decentralized all their files. The local regions, every taxpayer file is at the FARAFENNI. If you are in Soma, your file is at the GRA taxpayer. So they have complete record of all their transactions. If they are open and they are transparent, they shouldn't get any problem. Honestly.
Sorry, one. Honorable Chair. 1 minute.
CEO said your customers or your partners are complaining for not having their withholding taxes for money to be refunded, isn't it? They cannot get access to it. So for how long did it take? How long has it been going for them not having their money and then you're not providing the certificate for them not to having withholding tax?
Since I took over as CEO there 2 years ago, these are the reports I've been getting from our suppliers. But actually for the hospital, we are very compliant. We are making sure we deduct the 10% and then we give them the certificate. We always do that. And in fact, we were awarded by GRA as one of the most compliant institutions last year. So obviously we are doing that going forward. But I'm just highlighting the issues that are coming up with our suppliers.
Can I take that? Did you report this particular incident to GRA? You did not. Now, can we take that the matter be reported to GRA for action? Can we do that? No, they have discussion with the audit team to engage GPB and GRA. Discussion for the audit team to engage GPB and GRA. But for the management, I don't think now it's for the GPB and then the audit who should be engaging GRA for this money to be paid. management or national audit and GPA, who should engage GRA on this money that is not paid?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the responsibility rests entirely with the management. The auditors have brought this to their attention, and they needed now to contact the relevant government department because they had failed in their earlier obligations that the law has assigned them to do. So now they have been, it has been flagged to them, they have acknowledged it, and it was entirely their responsibility to bring it to the attention of the relevant government department.
And that's clear. So we put that you engage GRA on the issue, you bring it to their attention for them to act accordingly. Okay? And then again, don't have business with companies that are not registered with GPPA. Don't say petty this and that's something petty. Okay? Make sure all the businesses that are dealing with you are registered with GPPA. We are very much concerned with this compliance of institutions as far as GPPA is concerned. So don't take anything lightly.
Okay. In Farafenni currently there is no regional branch of GPPA to enable the business people to register with them, and that's one challenge they are facing as well. They have brought that to our attention, but we don't think that's our responsibility to tell GPPA to come and open a regional branch.
No, that's not for you. But what we are telling you as an institution, you should not partner with businesses or contractors that are not registered with GPPA.
Of course, management is very cognizant of that, and we are doing that going forward.
Yes.
I think you should be there as an advisor. But you guys are back. The losing customers, or you're not working with them, you work with them. Don't work with them.
Yeah. Good. We did that from our last engagement with them. The report that they have presented here, their exit briefing with management, we highlighted that to them, that our customers are complaining that there is no regional office and it is so difficult for them to travel all the way to Combo to come and register and go back. And to us, it's easier for us to do business with people who are around that area rather than going all the way to Combo for registered people, registered companies or entities. So we brought it to their attention. I hope they will, take heed of that and then, re-establish, because there was a regional office before, but they closed it. So we...
One at a time, please.
Yeah. But
Honorable Cham, sorry, are you through?
No,
What just mean?
hello.
Okay. Yes.
engagement with them, we didn't do any follow-up so far.
Okay.
Yes.
Honorable Sane? Yeah.
One of the challenges they mentioned was inadequate staffing. They are also working on that. But they will not be able to follow their personal because staff they have a small number. They are also working on that. I think that's what
Honorable Cham? I saw your hand.
Hello. I just wanted to ask him whether they limit these contracts to only the people that lives around Farafenni, because it shouldn't be your responsibility to encourage people to register with GPPA, since this is a requirement and it depends on the amount involved. So that equally doesn't give you the leverage to just be giving out contracts without registering with GPPA. It will always appear in your compliance report.
Yeah, that's why going forward we are not definitely giving any contract to anyone who is not registered around even that area. So it will force us to come to Combo to engage suppliers who are registered with GPPA so that we can do business with them. Or we are not giving contracts to them. We are encouraging them to register so that we can work with them because they are closer to us. It is easier for us to work with them than to come all the way with suppliers who are in Combo here. And it is not cost effective to us as well. Because if you engage customers who are here, they have to transport everything to you there, and then they'll charge you for that. Because they charge when they are going outside West Coast region.
Exactly where I'm driving at.
Yeah.
You are busy being defensive here, but there are also some other companies that are doing that are doing construction or other works in the provinces, and they do come from the combos here, isn't it?
Yes.
Equally with the issue of the withholding tax also, you were a bit defensive, saying that it was difficult for some people to receive these taxes. So equally, I think, that shouldn't be your concern. Your concern should be you should go by the set rules.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable. That's what I'm saying. I'm not being defensive. I am just highlighting the reports or complaints that are coming to me. I'm only saying we are making sure we are compliant with whatever GPPA is saying.
As far as this particular fund is concerned, the management should report it to GRA for action to be taken.
I thought it's already reported according to the report, Honorable Chair.
No. I asked whether you have taken this matter with GRA. He did put to me, no, you have not yet discussed, put that to GRA.
You mean the funds that were not collected before?
The withholding tax that was not deducted. It's not about the issue of deduction. It's about the issue of recovery. It should be recovered. It was supposed to be deducted. It was not deducted. So we cannot just ignore it like that.
All right, thank you. Yes, okay.
I think the amount is 378,031.25. That's the amount that was supposed to be deducted as the 10% withholding tax. The next query is payment without three quotations. That can be found in page 85. The auditor noted that examination of payment vouchers revealed that payments amounting to $459,665 were made without the required three quotations in accordance with GPPA Act and regulations, and therefore recommended that the management to adopt the appropriate method of procurement as dictated by GPPA regulation. The management responded.
Hospital management board over the years have improved on compliance with GPPA regulations and attested to by the most recent GPPA compliance review report, 85%, 2015. We, however, acknowledge some deficit emanating from difficulties in getting certain suppliers using the required GPPA protocols. Action to be taken. Management will henceforth ensure that all relevant documentations on RFQ are available before approval will be given for suppliers to be delivered. Officer responsible for remedial action, hospital management, and the contract committee. Date when situation will be recognized with immediate effect.
And that is on course.
Yeah, it's on course now. Yes, now we are obtaining this thing, sir. Audit. Audit la phone call.
Next is on single sourcing on hospital drugs. This is 4.3 in page 87 of the report. The auditor noted that examination of payment vouchers revealed that the drugs and other medical supplies amounting to $552,920 were procured using single sourcing method of procurement, even though no evidence of approval for the use of this procurement method was provided. And that in addition, the conditions for the use of single sourcing as stated in the regulation were not met, and the amounts far exceeded the threshold set for the management to approve. And the auditor recommended that the management should ensure that the contracts committee adopts the appropriate method of procurement in accordance with the GPA regulation, and that the management should always ensure that value for money is obtained in the process of public procurement. Management.
Meaning hospitals have no drug budget. Drug purchases from the DRF fund are usually done in emergencies when such supplies are not available at the central medical store, not planned purchases, in bracket. In addition, there was an executive exemption for the procurement of vital medications covering part of the audit report. We provide evidence for your review. Action to be taken. Management will henceforth work with GPPA to secure for exemptions, otherwise go into contractual agreement with our two main suppliers. Officer responsible for remedial action, hospital management and contract committee. Date when situation will be regularized with immediate effect.
And is that on course?
Yeah, it's on course now. And then there was a letter from the Office of the President exempting hospital from I think yeah, single sourcing, yeah, something like that. Yes, we are compliant.
CEO?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a letter in 2014 from the OP, Office of the President, exempting all tertiary health facilities, hospitals, from GPPA procedures for medications and supplies, especially emergency medications. So probably management was following that order, and that's why some of those incidents happen. So that letter is still, there is no other follow-up letter to revoke that executive order.
When did you receive that letter?
Yeah, a copy of it is here. This was in 2014. Right?
To the committee?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Issue is on payment voucher without adequate supporting documents, which was noted by the auditors, and the auditors recommended that all payment vouchers should be supported with appropriate and relevant documents and filed accordingly for future reference. Management?
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Management respond. Your queries are noted. Your query is noted. Action to be taken. Mechanism in place for every transaction to be adequately supported by proper documents before payments, and this includes RFQ, delivery notes, minutes of contract committee meeting, and LPO. Officer responsible for remedial action, procurement officer. Date when situation will be regularized with immediate effect.
Is that on course?
Yes.
There is compliance on that going forward. We are making sure all our RFQs are backed up with required documentations before execution of payments.
Then let's get to the next. There's no evidence of completion reports from contracts. This was also queried by the auditors, and then recommended that the management provide a certificate of completion reports before final payments are made to the contractors in accordance with the payment terms of the contracts. In the absence of such reports, explanations should be given as of final payments were made to the contractors, and that the management should always ensure that the payment terms and specific contracts are always followed. Management?
That we concur with the audit review management neither received notification of works completion from contractor, no certified completion of works contracted. Instead, justify payments on physical verification upon receipt of payment request from the contractor. Action to be taken. Henceforth, proper contractual procedures will be followed as per audit recommendation. Officer responsible for remedial action, hospital management and contract committee. Date when situation will be regularized with the coming into effect of any contract from date.
Rise. CEO?
This, although we didn't have any major contracts since then, we have not offered any major contracts so far.
You don't have projects?
We do have proposed projects, but we don't have funds for them.
The ministry is not giving a subvention?
Well, the subvention offered to us or the charges is just for internal operations, which is not even sufficient. Our development boards, I don't know whether they are normally approved from finance, but we don't receive anything. And it's out of that development boards that we can do some of our developmental projects that we intend to do. Currently, we want to expand our emergency unit, which is very, very tight. We have factored it in our 2024 budget, but we are not sure what will be the outcome.
The board chair, what's your take on that? What effort are you making?
Thank you very much. At our last board meeting, we did discuss some of those projects, and one of some of the things that we are planning is fundraising to be able to, supplement some of the funds required for those projects.
Yes, just to add to that, what the chair was saying, we have those proposed projects, and we have factored some of them in our PBB budget for 2024. Once there is approval, we'll be able to, request for that development votes, probably, if it is available. And then we will also do, fundraising to supplement what we have from the central government to be able to do the projects.
According to the chair, he said they are planning to have a fundraising, and which already, in your management letter, you guys already have a bad experience in fundraising. So this time, how do you plan to raise this fund?
At the moment, it is at its infancy, but we have already identified, some board members to be part of that fundraising committee as of now. But it is because the project itself is still not ready per se. So as a result, we are saying that we also have this committee set so that once everything is ready, then the fundraising committee would take charge and would then be responsible for the organization of the fundraising. But for your concern about the finances, already with the previous beta experience, that would also be factored in, so that whosoever is going to be responsible for the monies should be, within the either the senior management, the accounts would be there, and also the current person chairing that committee is the governor for North Bank region, who is also a board member. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, just to add to what my chairman is saying, actually, with these fundraisings now, with the bitter lesson learned from those that other experience, we don't intend to do maybe a physical fundraising. We are going to engage potential donor agencies, some of the UN agencies or embassies that are able to help. And probably when they are providing funds, it will be paid directly into the account. It is not going to be handled by anybody. So that's the strategy we are taking.
Now let's move to the next. That is the impress approved and handled by the Chief Executive Officer, CEO. This can be found in page 82. The auditors observed that the impress amounting to 270,000, page 92, was paid to the CEO. And if the CEO was supposed to approve and then issue the impress, there could be conflict of interest. In that regard, the auditors recommended in page 93 that different officers approve and issue impress to mitigate the risks of abuse and possible conflict of interest, and that the management should institute adequate internal control over the handling of the impress to safeguard the management of public funds. Management.
And the main respond that the findings of the audit are accurate. The hospital does have a development plan and not a maintenance.
Where are you reading from? 93?
93, sorry. 93, sorry. Yeah, the hospital impress, in bracket, daily fees money, traveling expenses, and minor daily expenses for services are drawn in the name of Chief Executive, but are handled by the accounts. The impress is issued by the accountant the accountant in the Revenue and Expenditure Department after approval from the Chief Executive through the principal accountant, who meets approvals to the accountant. The interest is not in any way solely managed by the CEO. Officer responsible for remedial action. Going forward, we will take note.
The issues on two things. The CEO approves an issue. Are you trying to say he's not the issuing authority, but the approving authority?
This is what the auditors are saying. On paper, the issue is in the name of the Chief Executive. The voucher is prepared in the name of Chief Executive. But Chief Executive does not handle the cash. The check is drawn in the name of the Chief Executive. When the money comes, it is handled by accounts. And any expenditure from that money is approved by the Chief Executive through me and then through the principal accountant to the interest holder. Well,
Then generally, there is no point where the CEO will handle the finance. It's the accountant. But here the emphasis is, or the observation is, on approving and issuing. So if he is serving both, they are concerned that there can be conflict of interest to be approving authority and at the same time issuing authority. Not handling.
Okay. Yeah, but the situation has been regularized. Yes.
How?
What we did was the voucher is drawn in the name of the person handling the cash.
That is
the accounts, the assistant accountant.
okay.
He handles the cash and disposes and then retire.
Audit?
Yes, we can confirm. We can confirm that now the impress is in the name of the impress holder, not the CEO.
Thank you. No longer conflict of interest. You are clear. And there is concern on payment not signed for by recipient in page 94. And a payment amounting to the tune of $2,500 in respect of cash power allowance, which was received on behalf of the recipient without evidence of written authority from the recipient. And the auditor recommended that the management will ensure that written authority is given by the claimant before any payment is received on his behalf, and that the management will institute adequate internal control over the disbursement of the funds. Management?
It's not there.
Which page are you quoting, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's it. This is found to be accurate. A memo dispatched to accounts, copied to general staff, indicating non-payment of salaries and allowances without authority to staff in absentia. Officer responsible for remedial action, Chief Executive Officer. Date when situation will be regularized with immediate effect, and that was done. Yes.
And no evidence of board meeting. I think board care, that has been regularized. Yeah?
Going forward, our board meetings are calendarized. Every quarter, the board sits, and we are good. We are on track.
And on unconfirmed income from auction, there was a query on that, and that the auditor recommended that the management to provide receipts in support of income received for review, and that the management to ensure that a disposal of auction committee is established in accordance with the GVA Act regulation. Management
response. It is accurate that receipts were not issued to buyers during the auction. Instead, gate passes were issued. However, a report was compiled and money collected, deposited. Action to be taken. Disposal and action committee is instituted and members formally written to. Additionally, a receipt book is provided now for such exercises. We also provide documents for the said exercise for your review. Officer responsible for remedial action, hospital management. Date when situation will be regularized with immediate effect.
Has it been regularized? So, audit?
In our subsequent audit, we noted that GTR receipts are not now being used, although we cannot confirm whether that relating to that particular amount.
It's on that particular amount.
No, this I indicated that it was not done. It's accurate.
Once.
The subsequent ones are done. Yes.
In procedure manual. After that been regularized,
Accurate management response is accurate finding. It was true that there was no accounting manual. Management will liaise with the relevant institutions to develop an accounting and procedural manual. Officer responsible for remedial action, hospital management. Date when situation will be regularized by the third quarter 2018. Now this one, can I go further? Yes. We realized that there was no manual prepared. We are strictly to go by the Public Finance Act and the financial representative of government. Although we are subvented, but we must operate within that limit. Any deviation from that, it will be a problem. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I believe you have regularized the issues that were raised on those management and administrative issues. You can be found from page 98 up to page 101. Okay? And then let's go straight to the revenue at page 102. Unaccounted collections. The auditor's finding the examination of receipts and tickets issued to patients revealed that collections amounting to, or collections amounting to 108,650 were neither recorded nor were they posted in the cash book, and recommended that the management to investigate these unposted transactions and results furnished to the Office for Verification. In the event that the funds are, page 102, the funds are misappropriated, efforts should be made to recover the lost revenue from relevant officer or officers. In future, the auditor recommends management to implement adequate internal controls to safeguard public funds. Management response.
Management respond that unposted transactions are now posted. Action to be taken, cash books available for audit verification. Officer responsible for remedial action, accountant revenue. Date when situation will be regularized, records available for verification.
You were asked to investigate this that account. Did you do so?
Investigation, it was a human error, and then it was regularized, it was accordingly posted, and then we went to the audit for them to verify, and they did the verification.
Indeed, we confirm the adjustment was done in the cash.
And there was investigation.
We cannot confirm it. There was investigation in the sense that they went back and review and adjust accordingly.
Okay. And the adjustment is confirmed.
Correct.
Thank you. On missing receipts, the auditor's finding during the review of the cash book, the auditor noted that tickets totaling $7,500 were neither recorded in the cash book, nor were they presented for verification. And that the auditor recommend that the said receipts be provided for audit verification, and in future, management should tighten internal control in processing of financial transactions. Management.
Receipt numbers were discovered to have printed errors warranting their non-usage. Action to be taken. Receipt books retrieved and available for verification. Following advice. Following the advice, the said books were used and ticketed and banked accordingly. Officer responsible for remedial action, DRF accountant. Date when situation will be regularized with immediate effect. Yeah.
Presence regularized?
Yes.
Audit?
Yes, it was.
I just want to buttress on this area. We have some challenges in regards to some of these receipt books that are printed by GPPC, and we procure this from DRF office. But some of the books will have this challenge, and some of them will not be complete. And once we want to return this to them, once we want to return these tickets to them, they will refuse that, no, we have already procured it and they cannot be returned. So we don't understand why should that happen, because if it is incomplete, we cannot use it.
Understatement of collection could be found in page 104. The auditor noted such understatement, a tune of $700, the table below, and recommended that the said amount be recovered and posted correctly to the cash book, and that the accounting officer should always exercise due diligence and care in processing of financial transactions. Management?
Management response that the receipt numbers mentioned were traced and found to have missing numbers, hence the discontinuation of its usage. Action to be taken. We provided cash book and receipt book for your review. Officer responsible for remedial action, DRF accountant, date when situation will be regularized with immediate effect.
Regularize? Regularize?
Yes.
Thank you. Accounted fuel 8.1. This was also observed, a tune of $58,000, and recommended that investigation into this unaccounted fuel supplies and resource provided to this office for verification that in future all fuel purchase should be recorded in fuel register, and this should be regularly reconciled with the records of the supplier. Response?
Management response. The fuel supply mentioned has been recorded in both the tally card and the combined requisition issued book used by various fuel users. However, the receipt voucher was not completed. Action to be taken. We have taken note of the lapses in the use of the recording tools and have, with immediate effect, assigned the administrator to supervise accordingly. We provide records for your review. Officer responsible for remedial action, hospital management. Date when situation will be regularized with immediate effect.
We confirm that the unaccounted fuel was recorded in the tally card and the combined requisition book, but there was no evidence that it was accounted for in the fuel register.
Well, I cannot confirm, but I know we have done the adjustment. Anyway, I can still go back and confirm if you want, but I know this thing has been regularized.
No, we have no issue.
No, it has been regularized.
More of management, and then I think you are taking through the concerns raised by the auditors. No segregation of duties. Take note, and no procedure manual for payroll system. No evidence of burden for scholarship recipients. These are issues that we should take note. I think for that one, you may take us through. And the auditor recommended that the management should ensure that all the sponsor staff are bonded in order to serve the hospital at the end of their training. What's your take on that? Has it been regularized? Audit?
Bid on 9.2, right?
Yeah.
There was no evidence of cover provided in respect of bonded staff. As a result, the issue remained unresolved up to the finalization of this report.
Management?
Well, I know this person has been regularized. That's why it has been regularized anyway. You will not see, there's the evidence is that in the forward you will not see them in our reports. You will not see them in our reports. In the subsequent reports.
The Honorable Chair, that may not be a very appropriate response in this particular case because the audit might have not focused on that particular risk issue. They could have done a review of the follow-up, but the evidence is, the onus is on the management to provide the evidence that they have regularized by providing the document of the collateral of whoever is bonded. So I think if they have the evidence, they can now supply it as part of the evidence they can supply to the committee.
Probably of this report, but currently that's the status quo. We are making sure whoever is offered scholars study leave with salary, you are bonded and the collaterals are attacked. That's the current situation. I'm not sure of this query was not addressed at the time, but now that's the situation we are operating on.
Like the general right we mentioned, that particular incident, we are not provided with any evidence. And in our subsequent audit, we have not noted any of that. But that does not address the issue that was raised in our previous audit.
Like I said, currently that is the status quo. Probably subsequent audit will show the evidence. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. As of now, that is the practice as recommended by the audit. But this particular report was in 20. Yes. So I'm not sure whether it was addressed at the time. I don't think so. But now that's the status quo, as I said. Probably we'll go back to records and see the particular staff who were given study leave with salary without any collateral attached. We find out and provide the evidence. Yeah, thank you.
That has brought us to the end of this particular set. And then the follow-ups, we have unaccounted collection not implemented, and then unaccounted drug supplies not implemented, unaccounted fuel not implemented, performance issues partially implemented and corrected. Now these other ones will follow them up in the subsequent reports. The ones that have not been implemented, what are the level of the implementations? Before we move on to the next set, can I take you to page 48? That is in page 109. A table of, there's a table there. Follow up on prior year matters. Okay? You take note of the ones that are not implemented. But we want to follow them in the subsequent one, the level of implementation. Can you go to page 48? In page 48, we have a table. And this table is the 2013 Development Fund transfer from subvention to account in 2017. And we want the management to explain why this fund has been transferred from development to subvention account. A tune of 2,798,553.
Typographical error. It is money that is transferred. No, what happened was it was erroneously paid into subvention account, and then it has to be transferred to the development account.
Done in the subvention account.
Yes.
Instead of the development fund. Audit? to know why this fund was transferred from development to subvention account. It was erroneously done.
No, as per the, if you look at note 4, that is page 48, this is the 2013 development fund transferred from subvention account in 2017. So it was transferred from subvention account into the development fund. So maybe that is what he needs to elaborate on.
Was saying that was an error. It was given to you for construction of hospital ramps for 2013. No, the first payment was in 2013.
I think there was an error of payment of this fund into a wrong account. It was supposed to be paid in the development account, but instead they paid into the subvention account for the building of a ramp that will connect the hospital main theater, because it was not functional at the time. To make it functional, we need to have an appropriate ramp for it so that they can utilize it. So these funds were provided for that, but it was paid into the subvention account instead of development. So this is what happened, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed, as they are rightly explaining, this error happened in 2013, and they corrected this in 2017. So that is why it's appearing as it's transferred from one account to the other. Yeah, it was corrected. It was highlighted and corrected in 2017. If you look at the face of the account, if you look at page 8 of the account, you are seeing 0 there. Page 8, right? Page 8. Page 8 and 13, yes. So because it was not corrected in 2016, you could see there was nothing showing in 2016. It's showing 0. So it's corrected in 2017. Yes. Because it was not corrected in 2016. So you are seeing 0 balance. So in 2017, they corrected it. Good. Page 48 of the report. Good. Yeah. Yeah. Page 43, yes?
Yes, it has appeared for 2017 on development fund in page 43. So that means the correction was done in page 2017. Yes. Yes.
Same figure. Is it standard or what? Do you receive the same amount every year or what? Because it appears somewhere in 2018 that this amount was used for the maintenance of buildings. When we come there.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was a one-off payment for the ramp, and that's how it was paid to the institution, and it was paid in the wrong account. That's what brought the transfer, so that they are able to utilize it to be able to build the ramp for the hospital. So it's a one-off payment. It's Yes, it's not 2018. There was no development fund
You use that fund to do this
to do the project. Yes.
project in 2018
Yes.
because it appears somewhere. Eh?
Yes. Yes.
So, like as I said, this error was done in 2013. The money was transferred into the account in 2013, and it was retransferred to the other account, the development fund in 2017. Why would it take 4 years to do the transaction? Can you explain?
Is that these monies are directly paid into our account and it was not realized until we had to find out why this money was paid. The finance told us that this was the money that you have requested for the building for the building of a RAM. So we say, okay, we are going to transfer that money because we cannot use it on the subvention. This money is not earmarked for that. So we had to transfer it.
So it couldn't be done within 1 year. It has to take 4 years before doing the transfer again.
Yeah, but because we didn't know.
Yeah, I think, Honorable Jam, the problem might be the money was paid. Honorable, are you also okay? Sorry. Okay. Okay. It might take that 4 years because the issue was the money was paid into subvention account, and when they paid it, it was not specified what is it for. So the management may not know why that money was in the account. So they have to find out until they confirm. Then that's the time they were able to do the transfer to start the project.
What I'm asking, you did that finding for 4 years, 4 good years. The first year, when the money was transferred to this account, you couldn't realize it. The second year, you couldn't realize it. The third year, until the fourth year. Or when did you start to do the follow-up for the money to be transferred?
This was in the budget. It's in the approved budget. It was in the approved budget. But finance paid it to us. We didn't know. And then when we saw it, the management was following it up with finance. So finance was also trying to find out what is it for. And later they told us, no, this is the money that we have. I map for the development for the building of the RAM. They said, but that should go on the development, not subvention.
Yeah, but I doubt with the time frame, with the period of 4 years,
Well,
realizing that the money was.
the management and the finance were going up and down to confirm. That is what happened. But it actually meant for that.
Peter confirmed that the amount was erroneously posted and then regularization started in 2017. Honorable members, can we was an issue surrounding 1/10 without the approval of the board? Take 71. Let me first ask, what is very common is the 1/6. Why do you decide to make it 1/10? Yes, that's my first question.
Okay. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1/10. 1 Not bad, yeah, the accounts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1 by 10. Tabaskira. Yeah. Yeah. The response is that. Yes. Yes. What happened is that we have internal revenue generated by us on the domestic account, and then we feel that since this money, we can give staff money to buy their RAM, because in that year, the payment of 1/6 was almost delayed. So to motivate our staff, we gave it them, and the money was recovered. It's not government money; it's our own generation. For easy payment. For easy payment. For the staff motivation, Yeah, but 1/6 is also coming. It came, 1/6 also came. Yes. 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 The management, the board. Yeah. Yes. Yes. We did.
That was not the time of the current chair, so he can't explain. But basically, I think this 1/10, the idea around it is to motivate the staff so that at least they are able to pay this, loan for a longer period. It will not affect their salaries that much. So, and as so far as it is domestic, funds generated by the hospital, that's how they were able to pay it out of that. The 1/6 is central, which comes from the central level. But hospital that own generated revenue, they managed to pay this thing out of it. Although, according to the report, it was not approved by the board. Such decision obviously should have been approved by the board.
By the,
They don't CEO.
it is, we are not talking about the CEO, but the board.
Yeah, but the CEO, I am answerable to the CEO. The CEO gave me instruction to do this.
The issue is,
Yeah?
the only query is, it was not approved by the board.
Yeah. And
Let's
true.
admit that.
That's true. That's true.
And then,
CEO, for that particular year under review, didn't you have any challenge with regards to finance? Was the subvention enough after issuing this 1/10?
Actually, the 1/10, I believe, was not paid out of subvention. It was paid out of domestic accounts, where they have, they have all rentals where they generate revenue from, and they have some accommodation rentals also where they are generating revenue from, and that is directly posted to the domestic account. And it's from that domestic account, some of the internal activities they can fund it from, because the subvention OC is not normally enough for hospital operations.
Meaning you had it up in that particular account, not so.
Time, yes, I believe they have enough money there to be able to pay the 1/10 to the staff.
my concern was why 1/10. I made to understand that the 1/6, that's for the government loan, that was different from this one. This one is from the fund generated by the hospital. And you benefited from both the 1/6 then given by the government, and this one also the 1/10 given by the hospital. Was that the case? Use the mic.
That the 1/10 came very late, and the staff 1/6 came very late from government. So we feel that, well, the nurses, we have to help them. Let's do these things, and then we did it for them. But when the 1/6 came, also they took it, and some of them took it, but most of them did not take. We paid that money back.
So how was the payment mode? Were they those who took the 1/6, both the 1/6 and 1/10, were the deductions done at the same time, and it didn't affect them?
Yeah, but management, that practice was not proper. I was thinking that, in fact, it was a 1/6 that you increased to 1/10. But for both 1/6 and 1/10 to be issued to staff for one particular period, I think actually that was not proper. And then you were advised that you need to seek the approval of the board to issue 1/10. Now, this practice of issuing 1/10, is it in course?
Currently, no. It's only the credit union that offers 1/10 to staff. And those who take 1/10 normally will not take 1/6 because the deduction might be heavy on you if you take both. But currently management does not issue 1/10. We only rely on the 1/6. This was a one-off which was captured in the previous report.
It never happened again?
No.
Good, it was not proper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Currently it's not in practice here. Yeah.
Okay, these monies generated domestically, are they disclosed in your financial statements?
Yes, all the accounts are disclosed in the financial statement. Whatever is in the account is disclosed. If you look at the report, it will tell you domestic account at the time, how much was there.
Yeah. On that same point, is it reported as part of your budget submissions? Because in your budget submission, you are required to detail your self-generated, internally generated revenue, it is called, as per the Public Finance Act. That is the internally generated revenue. Yes, you call it a domestic account, but it's in the Public Finance Act, it is an internally generated revenue that you are supposed to report that the hospital has this internally generated revenue from some of the funds, from some of the items that you are renting.
Within our budget, we have to submit this to finance.
You show this to finance?
Yes.
Oh, that was my question.
Every year.
As a follow-up, Mr. Chair, in fact, with IFMIS currently, we are applying IFMIS system in the hospitals, and obviously it is by all indication that you have to report all the accounts you have so that they can factor it in the IFMIS and you are able to implement your financial transaction through IFMIS system.
Other caution there is, through the chair, you are supposed to seek permission for spending internally generated revenue also by the financial regulation, because if you generate this money, you are supposed to notify the ministry, this is how much we have had, Minister of Finance in particular, and then say this is how we want to use it. So just be conscious of that in the subsequent period if you have self-generated revenue internally. Thank you.
I think this came up in our engagement with accountant generals. They mentioned this to us. The internal generated revenues, I think there is a special name they call them, below the line items. So it is reported to them, the Minister of Finance. Yes.
The next issue, that is page 74, on board allowances. The auditor noted that board members were paid allowances amounting to $200,200 and $182,200 in 2018 and 19 respectively. However, evidence of the allowances determination by the minister was not provided for verification, and that the management will ensure that the situation is corrected by liaising with the ministry for the determination of the rates. Management?
Management responds that board allowances are part of the approved allowances from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs Board allowances, together with other hospital allowances, are prepared by management and defended at the bilateral meetings with PMO and finance. Action to be taken. The Honorable Minister will be engaged to give a standardized board allowance in the next budget session. Officer responsible for remedial action, board chairman and CEO. Date when situation will be regularized, August to September 2021.
Well, the issue of board approval, I think it's still an issue, even in our 2020, 2021.
Honorable, yes, it came up in that 2020-2021 report. But as I speak to you now, we have regularized it. We have sought approval from the minister, and the minister wrote back to us. And we have that document confirmation.
The allowances. The board allowances, the approval on the board allowances.
Got approval of it from the minister, and it was approved.
Effecting which year? Huh?
2022.
2022.
January, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You, who did that follow-up? You made a follow-up, I know on several occasions that the board allowances are being approved, isn't it? Or it's been approved, isn't it?
Yes, we did engage the minister as recommended by the audit that we have to seek approval before board allowances are increased or, approved from the ministry. It has to be approved by the minister as the appointing authority of the board. So, and we did that engagement, and then we have got the approval.
Meaning there was constant follow-up, right? The reason why I'm asking this question is I'm taking you a little back to 2017. You made several follow-ups to make sure that the board allowances are approved before giving it out. So, but you couldn't make follow-ups for the GPPA approval to be done or to be having an office in FARAFENNI, isn't it?
I don't, anyways, GPPA follow-ups, I don't think we have to be, it's our responsibility to follow up GPPA to come and open an office in FARAFENNI. We have to just engage them for them to know that there is a concern in the region. So obviously it is up to them to make sure they provide an office.
If it was me, I would do a follow-up because you're losing customers, are you not?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm not in line with the honorable, though that sorry for that. But then our responsibility is to, highlight it to GPPA. Let them know that this is a concern in the region. Let them make sure they open. But for us to follow them constantly, no, I don't think we should do that. We have done our part. Even if it is difficult for us to use, registered customers in Combo, we will revert to that so that we comply with GPPA until the time they are able to open a regional office.
But that one, there'll be no excuse if you flout that particular rule.
That's our current practice, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, let's move to this next one. That is also related to the allowance. The first one is pertaining to the board members, but this one has to be for the staff allowance. The board required the approval of the minister for the staff approval of the board, and this was not the case as well. Did you recognize that? So any allowance given to the staff are approved by the board.
Yes.
It's regularized.
The chairman signed. It's here. You can read it.
And when did that take effect?
That's yes. This year.
The staff one or the board was regularized in January 2022.
Yeah.
How about the staff?
Staff were done this year.
This year?
Yes.
Precisely which month?
January.
It was done in our second sitting of this year, that is in June 2023.
Regularized in June 2023.
Yeah, and going forward, any approved allowance from Minister of Finance, because once our budget is approved, it is approved with our allowances, and those allowances are outlined and then presented to the board meeting, and the board now will finally approve it for us to proceed.
Okay. Then let's move on to issue regarding staff longevity. A list of staff were affected that were due for longevity and they were not paid. Can you shed light on that?
Okay, yeah, that's right. The management response was that well noted. All necessary. Yeah.
About 16 of them were due for longevity payment but were not paid. Page 76. Then management response can be found in page 78.
78, I think.
70? 77. Okay, 77.
Yeah, okay, yes, yes. Such longevity have never been paid in this hospital. The current management initiated payment in 2017, but was not given a drawback. Hence, such payments were not budgeted for. Action to be taken. Going forward, all staff due are being paid, and a payment plan is about to be initiated with additional funds being sought for payment of outstanding amounts to those due for drawback. Officer responsible for remedial action, Human Resource Unit, Principal Accountant, and CEO. Date when situation will be regularized by fourth quarter 2021.
And to say the payment started in 2017?
Yes.
2017?
Yes.
To date?
Yes.
Audit?
Well, as per our 2020-2021 report, for the Pogo of, we have no evidence that this was implemented.
There's no evidence that it was implemented.
Correct.
Management?
What I said was that current management will initiate payment in 2017. Initiate.
It was initiated in 2017?
Yes, we initiated. It
But not effected?
It was not effected, yes.
And when did you start effective?
It was not effected.
When did you start?
We started paying, I cannot remember, but these people were not paid. This listed staff are not paid. But we have started paying people who are entitled to it.
This concern was raised by the auditor in 2018.
Yes. It's still not paid.
And then since 2018 up to date, we have not been acting on it.
No, frankly speaking.
CEO, why?
Well, this was not my time anyway, but going
For
forward,
the hospital's time.
yes, anyway, yes. Currently, we are paying any staff who is due for longevity, we are paying accordingly.
And that's why I put to him, when do you start effecting the payment?
Since I took over in April 2022, we have started paying staff on longevity.
Yes.
Yeah, for the table below, Saluma Seka as carpenter is duplicated. You have it on number 7 and of course number 16.
That's a typo. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we can confirm that it's a type. Thank you. Thank you.
What they are claiming now is, since the query was observed in 2018, it has not been effected until 2022, CEO?
Oh, yes.
2022. Now, what happened to the staff that were supposed to benefit previously? In your view, what should happen to them?
Is their entitlement and they deserve to be paid. But how do we pay them with the current budget situation is the issue.
Is their entitlement, they should be paid. And how they will be paid will be recommended by the committee. If the committee reports that it was their entitlement, they should be paid. They must be paid. Honorable members, let's take note. From 2018, the time the query came up, we may not go back, but from 2018 to date, the entitlement of the longevity payment that were due were supposed to be paid. Okay?
Mr. Chair, the principal accountant is highlighting something here that they have started paying those who are due since 2018. Is it 2018 or 2020?
Can you use the mic?
Can you confirm?
Yeah, I'm confirming to you
That-
that when this report came, it showed that people were not being paid longevity allowance. We started paying people.
You started?
Paying people who are entitled to it, but this one was not paid.
Which one?
This is on arrears.
This list.
Yes. This list was not paid and it's still not paid.
So that was why I was asking, when did you start paying?
These people, oh,
The query was made in 2018. Did you start paying in 2019?
and a bell to us that we should be doing
I'm
this and be
saying,
effective.
did you start paying in 2019?
Yes.
Or did you confirm?
I think in his statement, he did confirm that these paid staff, the longevity have not been paid. They have instituted paying going forward, but these ones are not paid.
the backlog for those particular staff were not paid.
They were not paid.
But henceforth, subsequent years,
For this one, there is the entitlement. They need
yes, okay. So can we limit to this 2018, the list, not necessarily from 2018 to date, the ones that were affected in 2018, what was due to them must be paid, okay? Well, that's now not for them. It is for the committee to recommend. And when we recommend, the appropriate authority has to implement. So we are saying instead of 16, on the which observe the type of error is now 15. The longevity payment for the 15 affected staff must be paid to them.
Honorable Chair, did the management do a calculation or a computation of what is the areas, what is the amount involved in this?
The area, yes, management can help.
Mr. Chair, may I confirm the areas will start from where? Because 2018 going forward, the management implemented according to them, they have paid. So where will the areas start?
We are 2018, you know the payment started 2019, but before 2019, whoever has whatever area as part of longevity, that's to be considered the area. As at 2018, what was supposed to be due to them was what we are referring to the area. Then after that, there's no payment that they are supposed to be entitled to because they are now paid. But at 2018, there was something that was supposed to be paid to them by for the 15 affected staff. So you calculate that. They have done the calculation. Can you give us the figure?
Let me just clarify that. The auditor did a computation of their own. Say the onus is still on management to do a computation. Because they may even have information that the auditors did not have. The auditors are outsiders. They come in, they just reconfirming. We do a what is called
Can you help us now?
You are right, but we have confirmed what the auditors did is correct. Yes.
And what was that?
The amounts are there. They are on the.
Show us the amount. You said they are there. Auditor
It's not
is.
in this report. It's on the previous report.
One minute, please.
Mr. Chair, the auditors have calculated this in their working papers. What they call the working papers. So in the working papers, they will recompute. They will have an evidence recalculation so that when the query is raised, they can back their query with evidence to the management. And that was not put as part of the finalized report. So that, of course, they have confirmed now. Probably the best thing should have been done at that time is to take that as far as they have confirmed and confirm that the auditor's computations are correct. Sometimes even it's a challenge on people arriving at the computation themselves, for example, knowing how to compute that and confirming that. So they need to confirm that with the HR even as well, to confirm that this actually is when the longevity for this particular person started and what is the amount due from that period up to the time that the auditor says the question. We could see, my colleague has said that he has the information with him, but it is still another issue of sharing some third-party information, but this is entirely our evidence. It's supposed not even to be given out. It's just for our own confirmation and consumption, exactly. So practically, in an advisory capacity, maybe, we could just give them some information relating to that, I think.
Okay, you can let's with them and then they can provide us with that figure. Then we can recommend that that is entitlement of those affected staff and should be paid to them. Okay? Yes, and then.
Just to know, for number one, this battle drama, is that you? No doubt. This is why you nod in your head that you put an emphasis for payment.
Sorry, what is the time precisely? Yeah. Hmm? 1? By 1:45 we should break. You alert me. On the recording of donated assets, page 78, the auditors observed that the asset register they reviewed the asset register and discussion with the head of the store and noted that donated assets recorded in the donation register were not included in the hospital main asset register. I recommended that all assets under the control or ownership of the hospital should be included in the main asset register so that completeness and accuracy of records can be achieved. Management, what's your take on that?
Management responds that the hospital adopts a system where donations that are not capital assets but consumables are recorded in a separate register. This is due to the fact that some donated items are almost scrap or near end use. As such, registering them in the main register might send a wrong signal. Yeah.
Was that a genuine excuse? Yeah?
Well,
Even they are scraps, just record that they are scraps. Huh? As long as they exist to be asset, they should be registered.
yeah. We will take that up with our stores. But I think it has been recognized.
Going forward, Mr. Chair, that's the practice. We definitely, whatever is donated to the hospital is recorded. Yes, the situation is regularized.
And you have the discretion to choose what to take. You understand? Personally, I do donate materials to Serakunda, Kanipin General Hospital and Edward Francis Smalls Teaching Hospital. And before they accept those gifts, they normally come and inspect them. So equally, it is very important to maintain the register.
Exactly, that's our practice as well. Before any donation comes, we want to know whether it's of use to us or not. We come and inspect and check what to take and what not to take.
Now let's take unverified donated assets in page 79. The auditor noted that sample of donated assets were not able to verify a desktop computer donated by the mental health program and one of the beds donated by Ture and Boras, and therefore recommended that the asset or the assets should be provided for verification.
Yeah, management response noted. These items are available for verification. The desktop, which was assigned to the mental focal person by the mental health program, was at some point stationed at the residence, as he claims he was working overnight on reporting his activities. The bed mentioned was moved from one unit to the other, where it was later realized needed it more than the unit it was originally allocated. Yeah.
Yes, it's regularized. Yeah.
It's regularized.
Yes.
Now let's proceed to the next is on page 80 that has to do with delay in banking domestic funds. And that from the review of the receipt books and the bank statement, the auditor noted that cash collected at a given day was not banked the following day. Details are shown below on the table and recommended that the management should ensure that the monies are paid to the bank the following working day to minimize the risks of fraud. Management?
payment made for banking on the domestic account and are now done on the very day receipts are drawn for such payments. Officer responsible for remedial action, principal accountant. Date when situation will be regularized, situation remedied.
So it's regularized now?
Yeah.
Okay. On private receipt books, the auditor noted that the receipts used in the collection of hall rental were privately printed, and therefore recommended that the management should ensure that the receipts were obtained from GBPC and the use of the privately printed receipts be stopped immediately. Has that been regularized? Audit? Good. On financial statement, in page 82, financial statement presentation, the auditors make the findings and then recommended as follows. In page 83, that the financial statement should be adjusted as follows. The statement of cash receipts and payment for the year ended 31st December 2018 and 31st December 2019 should be used as the heading. And each line item on the face of the financial statements and the notes should have comparative figures, and that 3, the figures in the financial statements should have commas to divide the figures, and that the opening balance should be at the bottom on the statement after determining the surplus or deficit for the year, and that the reconciliation summary should be removed from the face of the financial statements and put as a note, and that note number 6-7 of the 2018 and 19 financial statements should be adjusted by removing the repetition, and that accounts with zero balances should not be displayed on the face of the statements. Has that been regularized?
Yes.
So, audit?
Yes, regularized and they revise their financial statement.
Yes.
The issue of these receipt books, I want some clarification. Who provide the receipt books to you? And in practice, who is the right authority? Is it not the accountant general?
We normally printed this.
The query was on privately printed receipt books instead of the GPPC printed receipt books, that whatever receipt books that should use should be the ones that are issued or obtained from the GPPC, that is the government owned, instead of you go to the private company to do the printing. So that was the query. And henceforth, that practice has stopped. So the receipt books that they get are from GPPC.
I think this because in our last resolution, I think there is also a recommendation that the accountant general should be giving out those receipt books, since they are public funds.
Yeah, the ones, okay, Audit, you want to go?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Just to clarify, Honorable question is a very good question. The receipt books that are from the DRF, Drug Revolving Fund, are supposed to be supplied from the Accountant General. And those ones, they're coming from the Accountant General Department. However, if the hospital has a self-generated revenue, like we just earlier mentioned, where they have revenues that they're generating, which are different from the Drug Revolving Fund, those ones now the hospital as a government entity or as a budget agency is required by the Printing Act, the act that set up the GBPC, that all revenue earning materials should be printed at the GBPC. So every government department, parastatal or any other enterprise that is related to government should print its receipt books with the GBPC, including the councils. This is for security reasons and for reasons of audit trail. Because if those receipt books are printed by a private printer, then do you know how many is printed? We're auditing, we will not. So therefore, we take the serials of a particular number of receipts that are issued to that particular organization. Before we go there, we know that this is the total receipt that we issued to this council. So that if that is used, now you can know, you take stock of that receipt and how the usage is being done. But if a private printer prints it, or somebody has his own printer and he prints his own receipt books, he will be given receipts and be collecting revenue, and you can never trace those receipts and the backups. So that is a very important rule in government, that all revenue earning materials are printed and serialized at the GPPC, the government-owned printer. So we would request that if we want, and go and confirm whether they have used it according to how they have requested it. And this is what they have been doing, like many other organizations also have been found to not use GPPC printed receipt books to issue revenue receipts. This is a very serious issue, especially with the council even. It's more serious because, you know, where you have high possibility of revenue leakage or revenues being receipted without actually coming to the coffers of the government. Thank you, Honor.
Thank you. You are satisfied? Page 85, that has to do with errors in casting of note difference in financial statements. The finance provided the table below for maintenance of vehicles and then food and food services, note 16 and note 24. And the auditors recommended that the management should ensure that the notes to the financial statement is adjusted and the financial statement be revised accordingly. Management?
I respond that it is noted this was only a typographical error made and does not affect the grand total and the financial statement. The error has since been corrected. Action to be taken by the principal accountant, and the principal accountant is responsible, and it is already done.
Audit?
We can confirm that note 16 is regularized, but note 24 is not adjusted, and the error still remains as at the time of the conclusion of this audit.
Management?
Not it in the subsequent reports.
The subsequent report, that is to say, this one is 2019. Are you telling us in 2020 this will not suffice?
No.
Audit? I think we'll get to that.
Yes, in 2020, it has been addressed,
Okay.
but this affects 2018, and as a result, it should be addressed in 2018, not in the subsequent.
In 2019. Yes, manager.
They came there every 2 years. They come.
Every?
They normally come in every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yes.
Audit? That's serious.
That will be serious if it happens.
Yes,
We
sir.
should be going there every year. Honorable, I think there must have been an oversight. Because the hospitals are very important as part of the plan
Obviously.
of the of our audit plan, and we do make sure that we will review them every year. I'm sure there was a backlog for some of them,
Okay.
but it is being addressed with the additional manpower that we are trying also to cope with the demands of the hospitals. But I just wanted to make sure a general note that if these observations are noted, and the report was provided to you more than a year ago or so. So what usually should be done is when you have additional evidence, bring it to the auditors and confirm that, so that this would have been now. We were supposed to be in able to position today to tell you whether this particular issue was regularized for the 2018 account. But if we wait until we are here, and you said now you've regularized it, but you don't have the evidence to show it, like in the case of the GBPA letter, you brought the evidence. So anything that you have really regularized after the audit is concluded, you should additionally bring it as an evidence for the committee to see and note that you have regularized it after the closure of the audit, so that they can make their own determination, the committee.
That's also true, but the confirmation can also be that in the subsequent audit, it will not appear. Otherwise it would have come.
The argument is not very strong because auditing is based on sample basis. Maybe in the second year they did not look at the particular issue. So
That's noted, Mr. Chair. We will take note of that.
Thank you. And audit will endeavor to be there every year. I think Honorable Chaps should also recommend that you have your branch at North Bank as well. Okay.
And indeed, Honorable Chair, we want to be there.
You want to be there?
We were there last year.
Okay.
And we are hoping that we will receive the account, but we have not yet received the account. So if you don't receive the accounts also, we cannot go and audit.
Management, they want to be there, but before they come, something has to be there.
For sure, we will get them over. We will submit our report, financial statements to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can see anyway it's not very proactive. Yeah. I hope the GVA also will do the same. Huh? And finally, on the management letter, I think auditors, this one has to do with the performance review. Very important. I was telling the committee, we should not only focus on the finances, but the performance as well, so that we know the money that we give are judiciously utilized. That can only be detected through the performance. And auditors are reporting that on performance, one surgical ward, male ward, both toilets have flush problem and the tap is broken, cannot be closed. And at the medical ward, male ward, the tap sink is not in a good condition. When the tap is open, the water goes straight to the ground. And in the female ward, the tap sink is not in good condition. When the tap open, the water goes straight to the ground, and one of the toilets cannot be flushed because the flush handle is broken. Hygienic is needed in hospital. And at the maternity, the antenatal ward, the toilet allocated to this ward is closed because it's in a bad working condition. Therefore, the patients in this ward are using toilets allocated to other wards. And in the postnatal clinic, the toilet is not in good working condition because the tap is leaking, cannot be properly closed, and the flush handle is not good. And in the new labor ward, the tap sink is in good toilet. The tap sink in the toilet is not good, and the heater, which is very vital for the babies when taking shower, is not working. And in the old labor ward, the tap in the toilet is leaking. The sink is not in good working condition, and one of the toilets cannot be flushed. In the post-operative ward, the tap sink in the toilet is not in good working condition, and the tap is also leaking. In the post-operative ward staff toilet, the toilet tap is leaking, and some scrap assets are kept in toilet. And in the postnatal ward, from the discussion with the person in charge of the ward, sometime 2 mothers will be required to share a bed due to the number of beds and the size of the ward. And in the tuberculosis ward, the MDR ward, the drainage system is not good. Whenever water pours on the ground, it will settle around the entrance. It will require an orderly to physically remove the water from there. And the main ward, one of the toilet floors has a problem. Therefore, the toilet cannot be flushed. In the pediatric, that is the children under 14 ward, from discussion with the person in charge, we were informed that during the peak period, July to November, the beds are not normally enough to accommodate all the children. And therefore, the auditors recommended that action should be taken to ensure that the above issues are addressed without delay. And also, robust maintenance systems to be put in place to identify the problems and recommend suitable solutions in a timely manner. Management.
The queries noted, the plumbing issues has since been addressed, and these problems continuously occur as most users in the rural setting only use the facilities. Secondly, the materials used in the plumbing are substandard copper pipe. Thus, management has embarked on changing the fixings to fixed pipes throughout the hospital. Thirdly, with the zero growth in HR policy, the hospital has failed in getting approval from PMO for additional plumber. Hence, the hospital has one approved position for a plumber since its inception. On the issue of 2 patients in a bed during peak periods, the designs of the wards are such that the buildings cannot be expanded to accommodate more patients. Thus, the need for government to consider building new structures, a proposal that the ministry is aware of. We recommend that if hospitals are being built, considerations should be given to population growth to match the health needs of the population. Action to be taken. Management will henceforth ensure proactive maintenance of facilities with the available resources that are not only cost-effective but durable. We will further engage the authorities on additional structures and expand options to ease the congestion in the wards during peak periods. Officer responsible for remedial action, hospital management. Date when suggestion will be regularized, leakages already looked after. The congestion of the wards will be ongoing intervention.
The CEO, ever since you took over, and then the chairperson of the board, what will you comment on these issues that were observed by the auditors?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is a very challenging issue for the management. The way the hospital is designed is not the best in the first place, and the way their electrical fittings as well as plumbing fittings are done is just very critical. So it is very challenging for the hospital management to correct some of these things, but since then management has taken some remedial actions to those ones. There is ongoing maintenance on monthly basis to correct some of the taps that are leaking here and there, and they are fixing them. But the problem is with the expansion issue is a challenge, because the wards are so congested that they cannot accommodate. During peak periods, you cannot have space to accommodate patients. So you are forced to, patients to share a bed. So in fact, this has, given us the urge to make sure we come up with proposals to see how best we can build new structures. One of our, proposed project is to build a new maternity complex. Our maternity is so tight. During peak periods, even pregnant mothers or postnatal mothers will share a bed, which is not ideal at all. So we have plans to build new structures for a modern maternity unit, where we will have private delivery rooms instead of, shared delivery rooms. So going forward, that's our plan. But the maintenance is ongoing on monthly basis. Our maintenance team, they are very proactive in, correcting any problem that they come across.
I asked the chairperson also to comment.
Thank you very much. I also shared, the same observation, because what we do is that before any board meeting, we normally select, 2-3 wards that we visit. And after that, when we come, it becomes one of the items that we discuss. However, as he already mentioned, the structures, the way the wards are structured is even a challenge for the nurses, because it's like, is it a hexagon shape? You know, so you are here, the nurses station is here, some patients are here, some are here, and others are at that corner there. So it's very difficult even for the purpose of monitoring your patients. So it's definitely, if you are looking at the structure, I don't know who, approved that structure, but really not much consultation has been done. That's my honest opinion anyway. And it's really a problem for the nurses. And the space also cannot accommodate more than the number of beds that are there. If we are really even going strictly by the bed space and bed capacity for that space, we will definitely reduce the number of beds that are there currently. So that's how bad the situation is as we speak. So and it is the same. If you've not been to Farafenni, just go to Kanifing. It's still the same structure. So and you will find and beyond. So it's just the same.
The same plan.
The same plan. And it's
Are
definitely
you
a challenge.
recommending that there's a need for expansion of the hospital?
There is definitely a need for the expansion of the hospital. And, some of the, current structures that are there are really not the ideal. And they are, challenges to the workers and also even the, the people that are visiting.
The issue surrounding sanitation and hygiene is one thing, but in the water supply, condition of the taps, I think that one has something to do with the structure of the hospital.
Yes, to an extent, because he just reported on the material that was being used, to do the piping within the hospital, and also the replacements and the materials that were originally used. And the other challenge is the users, especially if it is you don't have sufficient toilets and you expect 10 or more people to be using that. It's always a challenge. You will find people that are not oriented to the use of those type of toilets that are being provided, and then it is challenging.
My concern is on taps that are leaking,
But
and then the toilets that cannot be flushed.
Yeah,
I think that one,
the maintenance
can
team
do something about that.
can do something about that. But the rate at which replacements are also going to be made, well, that's another thing, whether the hospital would be able to keep up with that rate of maintenance. So that might be another issue. And the second, the other point he did mention is that the number of plumbers that are there. So, and for some time now, they have not been, given the opportunity to get extra manpower in that sector.
Okay, I think we can stop here, honorable member, because exactly we wanted to stop 1:45, but it's now 10:02, so that we can resume 1:30. 1:30. Okay.
Even where I was, sometime the users are not.
Okay. We'll continue when we resume. So, honorable members, we want to have a break here. Then when we resume, we can continue. Yeah, we'll continue. That's what I'm saying. We'll continue. 2:30, we can break for prayers. Oh, 2:15.
I know I'm leaving at 4 o'clock, so honorable members can decide when they want to come.
Well, it's not about I'm leaving by 4 o'clock, man. page 38. 38 of the report. This has to do with the other revenue. These are other revenue in respect of salary returns for 2019 year. In that, we would like an explanation from the management why the return for October 1/6. We have 1/6 for October, but that amounted to 225,546. Yes, can you explain that?
Like I said last time, government gives us 1/6 advance. Pay staff, and those who does not take it, we return.
Come a bit close to the mic.
Yeah. Like I said before, government gives us 1/6 advance, 1/6 advance. Then we pay our staff. Those who do not take, we pay that money back into the revenue.
Or you return the money back to the revenue?
Yes.
Okay. That's okay. Now let's go to page 40 as well. These are to do with donations. And then in page 40, we are particular about donation from the TBL that was in October, amounting to 200,000. And then the TBL also donation in December amount to 120,000. That appear very significant amounts. Can you explain? What are the basis for these donations? Mike?
They have adopted our maternity ward. And then they give us money. We send them our wish list, the items that we want to buy, and then we cost it. Send it to them, and then they send back the money to us for us to go and buy the items. So this is the money that they always donate.
Who?
TBL.
TBL. Yes, CEO.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Honorable Chair. Yes, Trust Bank Limited, Gambia, have adopted FARAFENNI General Hospital Maternity Wing, and annually they will give out a substantial amount to the hospital in response to their corporate social responsibilities that they have adopted the ward. So this is why these figures are coming out. Annually, the hospital will send them a wish list from the maternity wing, and they will list, and they will send the amount as what is available. So they will tell us this is what is available for this year. You can prepare your list against this amount. So that is why these amounts are there.
Okay, let's get to page 43. 43. About salaries paid, the bank and cash for January to December 2019. It is observed that almost all the months, the amount are 1 million plus, but for February and August, the figure increased to 2 million plus, especially in August, 2.7 million. Why that disparity? January, 2 million, and August, 2.7 million. But the rest, 1 point something million.
February, maybe during the prayer, the government will give us more money to advance staff and then recover. Maybe that is what amount.
The two prays, February, well, these are February pray, August also pray.
Yeah.
No. Mr. Chair, I think this is in connection to the COVID-19 allowances paid to staff at the time.
2019.
Yeah.
COVID-19, was it therefore 2019? No? COVID came 2020?
No, COVID-19, that's why it's called
The payment?
Yes.
Huh?
I believe these are
COVID started end of 2019, December 2019, but actually in the Gambia, 2020. I don't know.
Because
Huh?
started in 2019.
The payment.
No, maybe the payment is not effective in 2020.
Salary increment or what? Something like that. I remember.
Connection.
Yeah, salary increment. Oh, yeah, I want
Yeah, we need an explanation on the two, that is February and August. Why the increase in the salary?
We'll confirm and get back to you for the evidences, yes.
Yeah, provide explanation and evidence to the committee. That's for page 43. Now, page 47. Page 47 next. Page 47 has to do with the purchase of credit card, Gamtel bills, and CUG monthly payments, and QCell data cards payments. It is observed for the, just like the salaries, the other months, the figures are not that high, but why so high in September and October? Tune of 44, yes, 44,000 for September and 43,000 for October. Auditor?
Chair, just on the previous point,
Yes.
I just want to aid them in this. In February of that year,
Yes.
you remember there was kind of salary increment.
Okay.
So that must have necessitated
The increase.
the increase.
Okay.
And if you go to August,
October.
it has
August,
to do
August,
with, it
yes.
has to do with 1/6.
Delayed payment.
It has to do with, it must have to do with 1/6. That's why the amount have also increased.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's clear.
Since the disparity is so huge, so we may also need the evidences as well.
You can also do your own and then to corroborate what the auditors observe. Now let's get to 47 about this purchase of credit card, Gamtel, and CUG, etc. The figures for the other months compared to September and October, the difference is very high. When other months are just 4,100,
Yes.
the highest was 13,700. The rest are 10,000 and below.
Yes.
For this particular month, 44,000
Yes.
for September and October 43,000. Why?
Yeah. You normally have areas of bills, UC bills. They will not send it to us, and they will send it in areas, and we have to
Areas.
settle it.
For CUG,
Not CUG, electricity, water.
for Gamtel.
Yes, for Kamta, yes.
Okay.
Kamta.
Audit?
Yeah, Kamta, yes. The bills are always.
Audit?
Yes, I know there are instances where they are faced with payment of arrears.
Okay.
The bill doesn't come on time and they have to settle at a later date.
Can you elaborate, explain on this payment on maintenance of building? Sorry, rents and rates. Page 49. For 2019, it happens, it's just like for both 2018 and 19. January, February, or for February for 2019, nothing. March, yes, and April, yes. Oh, sorry, no. February for both, except for 2018, no. April, May, June, July, September, November. explain the basis behind this rent and rates.
The houses from town for staff quarters, for staff.
The
staff,
yes.
the nurses, we rent houses in Farafenni.
Farafenni.
So we pay them.
Or for the staff.
For the staff quarters, yes, staff.
There is no accommodation within the hospital premises.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is accommodation facility, but it's not sufficient to accommodate staff. So we have to, have rental facilities in town where some of the staff will be accommodated. That's why we have these rentals.
About what percentage of the staff are affected?
Accommodation.
Quite a number of some of our staff, especially senior staff, because the senior staff quarters in the hospital quarters are not sufficient to accommodate most of the senior staff. So we have to rent compounds for them in town to be able to accommodate them.
Precisely what percentage? That's what I want to know.
Maybe about 25% of our staff, senior staff, are outside. Yes.
And then the last one has to do. So what are you doing towards that? Because what we are spending on this is very high. So what solution are you trying to find out to address this?
One of our proposed projects for staff quarters, one of them is staff quarters. We were intending to build a new staff quarters where some of the staff will now be on campus. So that's one of the projects we are pursuing. Because rentals is now becoming expensive for us because we, in fact, they keep increasing from now and then, the facilities. So we deem it necessary to build our own staff quarters, solicit funds, and then be able to build our own staff quarters where staff will now be accommodated.
What is the level of the project planning stage?
Yeah, it's still at the planning stage. The designs are done and the BOQs are provided, and then now we have written a proposal as well. Now the committee is set to mobilize resources. It is at that level for them to review and then take it up from there.
On the Sane, then Charles.
I just want to find out if you have a last year.
No, it's not flat. Every landlord, we agree on an amount depending on the facility available. The highest is 75,000 currently. Annually, yes. And the person is even demanding 120 for 2024. We have 4 apartments there accommodating 4 senior staff.
And then we Cham, Madam Cham. Yes.
CEO, for the staffs that are renting outside, that you took the accommodation for them, who is responsible for that transportation, so in case they are living far away from the hospital?
Responsible for their daily coming and going back home to work. They are responsible for that. We are not responsible for that.
And others who are living in the premises at the hospital are not paying any transport. What do you think?
Yes, they are not paying any transport, but the staff who are outside are paid transport allowance. Yes, yes.
And then on the building maintenance, that is in page 51. In that one, we are concerned about a particular figure. The last at the table, that is development fund, 2.7 million. We want you to elaborate on that.
The money that we are talking about, you remember?
Yeah.
The money that was transferred from subvention to domestic account purposely for building of the ramp.
Okay. Okay, that was the money.
Yes, that was it.
Honorable members, where is my... I hope the journalists have not taken my... Huh? How can you take it, Dorito? Okay. Now the last set, that is the 2020-2021. Let's go straight to the management letter. And with that, we don't have much issues since most of the issues were dealt with in 2017 to 2018. However, we have some cases there that were queried by the auditors. Go to page 58. Oh, sorry, page... The order book. Where issues are regularized, I'll no need to go to those ones for the sake of time. Now go to page 60. This one we are not told whether they are regularized or not. Procurement process for hospital sub-accounts. The auditor noted procurement amounting to 751,204.17 in 2020, and then 2,031,973.40 in 2021 for the hospital sub-accounts during the period under review and did not undergo GPPA procurement process. The table indicated below, and the audit recommended that the management should ensure that all procurement related are made to the procurement unit. Management
responded that going forward, all procurement processes will comply with GPPA procurement processes. Action to be taken. All procurement procedures are now being observed.
I've not seen the audit's further comment. Audit, has the situation been regularized?
We have not made any further comment. We can confirm this in our next audit.
Further comments to be confirmed in the next audit. Huh? Whether the situation has been regularized. CEO.
Yeah. Actually, the situation is regularized, and that will be confirmed by the auditors in their subsequent audit.
And page 61, that has to do with staffing. Auditor noted that the hospital did not observe some of the minimum standard requirements outlined by the aligned ministry. Among them is the non-availability of pre-operative and public health officer and other categories in the hospital designation which are understaffed as shown in the table, and recommended that the management should liaise with the hospital boards and prioritize the need for meeting the minimum standard as required. Management
Responded that management will continue liaising with the board and the ministry to help meet our staffing needs to attain the minimum standard requirement to avoid any hindrance to quality of patient care. Action to be taken. Management will continue to consult with the board and the ministry to get the required number of staff. Officer responsible, Chief Executive Officer. Date when situation will be regularized, already in progress.
audit.
Honorable Chair, we can only confirm in our next audit.
Also to be confirmed in the next audit.
Honorable Chair, I think there is a major challenge in the ministry. This has been followed up with the ministry a number of times, but then it's difficult sometimes ministry to get people posted in the provinces especially. And especially these specialized cadres, to get them out in the provincial facilities is challenging. And we are still pursuing it to make sure we get these specialized, staff to the hospitals. The other measures we have taken as a management also is to train our own people in those specializations, so that at least we'll be able to retain them in the hospital, because getting them posted to the hospitals by the ministry is challenging. Currently, we have 2 of our staff who are being trained as perioperative nurses because their service is badly needed in the hospital. We don't have currently a trained one there. We are using nurse assistants who are trained on the job to do their job for us, but then that's not the standard. So that's why we take those measures. Anesthetists is the same thing. Getting them into provinces is a challenge, and we have to take measures to address that as well. So currently we have about 3 of them on training, our own staff. So we have to have our own measures to address the manpower gap. For ministry, it's difficult for them to post them out. I don't know what is the problem.
Okay.
May I also intervene? Currently, the issue of human resource for health is a serious challenge, not only for the Gambia, but globally. As we speak, the deficit, for example, for nurses only, up to 2030 is about 3 million nurses that are required. And if we look closely as to what is happening, for example, if you look at the current outflow, when it comes to psychiatric nurses, they tried with the American International University offering that specialty in country. The few that were trained in country have almost all gone now. Almost all of them are out. So there is a big vacuum in that area. The same thing with anesthetic nurses, the same thing with perioperative nurses. So it's a serious challenge nationally as we speak. And, it's still continuing, because if, coming from the schools, almost every day, people are coming requesting for, their transcripts to be verified. And, there's, I don't know what control measures can be put in place as of now, but the level of exodus of health workers is just very alarming as we speak. Thank you.
Adding to that, Mr. Chair, retention of this critical core of staff is a real challenge. And I don't know what needs to be done to be able to retain our qualified personnel who should render these services to our own people. They are trained in country, but the attrition is very high.
Can you put this explanation in writing and then submit to the committee? I think will help in developing our report.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
one where what is the current status? How many public health officers do you have currently at the hospital?
Currently, we don't have one, but we have factored in our 2024 budget. We have factored a position for public health officer because their presence is also important in the hospital.
So with the situation now, how do you deal with public health issues whenever it emerges around that region?
The RHD is next to us. The Regional Directorate of Health is next to us. They are the ones mainly responsible. That's where most public health officers are currently, and they handle public health issues in the region. But the hospital as a whole, as an institution, we also need a public health officer in station, yes. So that's why we factored it in the 2024 budget.
I just wanted to find out because before you get the studies and the college, they are just posted and take the appointment there. Looks like now I don't know whether that has stopped because I used to have some collectors when I was at the central apartment of the public health officer. You come there and they are doing their research work, but I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
The same practice continues with the public health and even, the nurses. Initially, the practice used to be that once you complete school, before you are sent out on postings, you have to work under the supervision of some people, so that let's say for nurses, before you go out, you must work in the hospital for maybe 1-2 years and then do a post-basic program. After that, then you can go. So, but as early as 86, that stopped. So that what the situation changed, then as soon as you finish your training, you are sent out to work in the health facilities direct. So that practice is still on. The only change that has occurred now with the nurses is that before you now go, you must sit to a licensing exam. So once you complete, you wait for the next scheduled licensing exam. Once you pass, then you are given your license, and that is the time you can be employed. So that's the only delay that is occurring on the side of the nurses.
To add to that, the Ministry of Health has a posting committee that is responsible to post staff countrywide. Yeah, so once these licensing exams are done, for nurses especially, and the doctors, the committee will work out their appointments and then they are posted out. Some of them will even be posted before they are appointed because of the demand. Yeah, so that's what happened. And then their appointments will be followed up by the ministry.
Okay, can we move to page 66, tail check? This was an issue, and the audits noted the checks that are affected and recommended the management to ensure that they liaise with JAR oil to settle the liability by replacing the stale check. Page 66. Management.
Yeah, management response. The stale check has been regularized in the cash book. Payee is requested to formally write to the hospital management on the loss of check to obtain refund. Action to be taken. Still waiting for a letter from the payee. Officer responsible, accountant. Date when situation will be regularized. Refund awaits a formal letter from the payee.
And what is the position now?
Yeah, it has been regularized. We got a letter from the payee and we refunded him.
When?
When was that? that month as of head, but we have definitely regularized it.
Auditor, confirm?
We cannot confirm the report. What we can confirm is the evidence of follow-up that they have been making. So we can only confirm evidence of the payment in our subsequent audit.
To be confirmed in the subsequent report. Let's move to page 68. Payment without three quotations. The auditors noted certain payments made without three quotations, and they are listed in the table. I recommended that the management should ensure that they follow GPA rules and regulations in all matters dealing with procurement. Management.
So that henceforth, management will ensure all vouchers have three quotations before payment. Action to be taken. Already taken. Officer responsible, procurement officer. Date when situation will be regularized, immediate effect.
It has been regularized?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, and probably the audit will confirm that in subsequent audits.
Audit, you confirm. Okay. Let's go to page 70. The aggregation of procurement was another observations that the auditor came across in their findings, and then recommended that management should ensure that procurement rules and regulations are followed in all procurement process.
Did not the aggregate procurement. Instead, the procurements were done in different months based on the availability of funds. Action to be taken, not applicable. Officer responsible, procurement officer. Date when situation will be regularized, not applicable.
So the situation remain unresolved.
No, what they recommended that we disintegrate this is we did not do that.
Audit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to be an issue of non-compliance with the regulations. So it is something that has to be observed in subsequent audits, because the aggregation is when a work or a service is to be conducted in whole sum, and then you notice that this was divided into chunks and paid into chunks to avoid the monetary threshold. For example, if it is more than 500,000, it should go to GPPA for approval. But if it is less than 500,000, then you could use three quotations. So usually what procuring organizations would do is that they would, in order to avoid going to the GPPA or avoid reaching the tender threshold, they will deliberately split the contract, de-aggregate the contract, and then do it in chunks, and then make sure that they are within the threshold, and another batch within the threshold. But if you look at the substance of what is being procured here, is one item which you could have done and planned the work, which would have been more cheaper and more value for money would have been achieved. So these are issues that we'll have to look at in subsequent efforts. Thank you.
Okay. To be confirmed in subsequent audit.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the status quo currently, yes, we are definitely going to observe that, and we will definitely, whatever contract we are offering, we will, if it is above threshold, we will definitely seek clearance from GPPA.
3.5.2 on approved allowances. 72. Now I think we came,
Dealt in the previous report.
so it is brought forward,
Yeah, it is regularized, obviously.
it's regularized.
Yeah.
Audit?
Well, as they indicated in their deliberation, this is something they regularized in 2022.
Okay,
So it was an issue at the time of the audit.
okay.
So it was only addressed in 2022. which we are yet to look at.
Yes. On tax assets 73, management, we should ensure that all assets are tagged and there is unique identification number attached to them for easy reference.
Management response. All untagged assets are now tagged. Action to be taken, already taken.
Already
Officer-
taken?
Yes. Officer responsible for remedial action, principal stores officer. Date when situation will be regularized, already done.
And this will be confirmed in subsequent audit as well.
75 3.7.2 lack of storage facility for expired drugs. That was also the query made by auditors and recommended that the management should ensure that proper storage facility is created for the expired drugs and also liaise with the relevant authorities in order to discard or dispose the expired drugs from the hospital. Management?
Management response is that the expired drugs that were not stored have now been disposed. Attached is the disposal report. Action to be taken, already taken. Officer responsible for remedial action, pharmacy technician. Date when situation will be regularized, already done.
And we noted that the situation has been regularized.
Yeah.
Yeah, situation has been regularized, yeah?
I want to bring the issue that came up. Yes, because there was no proper storage facility, that's why it was parked at a place where they are considering that it can be tampered with. So this is what prompted management to ensure we dispose them accordingly.
Okay.
Chair, this particular issue yesterday was reported here, and we are getting very disturbing information from our facility that some journalists have already, reported this inappropriately. And they are, publishing that FARAFENNI General Hospital is dispensing expired drugs, which definitely is an alarming information, and it is not definitely appropriate. The media, unfortunately, they are not here, but this is very serious. And FOREA picked it up, and and they are now, it is the news in FARAFENNI and North Bank. So this will make the public lose confidence in the hospital.
Your son rejoined her?
Sorry?
So your son rejoined her?
Okay, we will do that.
Yeah, your son rejoined her.
An issue here, one of the journalists yesterday asked me to borrow him these books that I have received from you people. I tell them that this is under consideration. It's not yet final. Members also have to know that. You understand? Yes. Even if it is Fourier who published that guy, he requested me to give him my book. I told him, this is under scrutiny. It's not final. So let all members adhere to that as well.
No, I think what we will do, sorry, can we have one meeting? Can we have one meeting? Now, I think what is important, it is at this level where they should pick information and make news point. The presentation is not the conclusion. It is at the consideration where we have the interface and questions will be coming, clarification will be coming, until we do the conclusion that the audit queries are not resolved. That's where we can take those points. But what is there in the management letter, if you don't go down, you will not know whether the points are resolved or not. Yes, at the first is an audit query, but you go on, then the audit further comment that the matter has been resolved. So I think that's where they should take note. Presentation, that's not where they should pick the points and make the news headlines. Now wait when we are done with the consideration, where we resolve and then conclude, they can pick the points.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we will draw their attention.
Mr. Chair, I think this is very important for other hospitals that are coming. Anything.
No, all institutions, not hospitals.
Okay, good. All institutions.
But that could be the trend. If you don't have this book, you open it, the first page, what is there? You want to take that.
On the presentation day, they shouldn't report anything. They should wait until considerations are done,
yeah.
and then they publish. But they have sent the wrong information out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can send a rejoinder and do the necessary clarification.
Because I just to elaborate on, so yesterday, some journalists were also equally asking about this document, about the management letter, and I equally told them, this is a consideration stage, you have to find the fact. Do the fact finding, and the fact finding is the consideration stage. So you should wait until tomorrow when we are done with the consideration, then you will know what to expose, or you will know what to say outside. And in fact, this morning I was just telling some members, some journalists, the girl who sat behind me, I was just telling her, she told me that this thing was exposed, and I told her that, well, that's not another happen. You should have waited until the consideration. There you have the topic to write on.
Mr. Chair, I think it's the committee that should write a rejoinder about this.
No, the committee, we are not done with our scrutiny. This is a process.
Yes.
This is a process. Yeah, from here, we report to the plenary.
Okay.
We don't let out anything yet until when we are done and report to our bigger body. So every information we have here, we keep it to ourselves. Yes, it's open to the public. That's why we are on live. People can pick anything. But if they have been following the proceedings, today they will know which areas are resolved and which areas are unresolved. That's how we should do it. So let's proceed. I'm trying to say the issues that are regularized to be confirmed in the subsequent report of the audits. Now let's go to page 76, expired drugs. We dealt with that. Huh? Sorry, I don't know where we stopped. That's why I think that's where we stopped. 76 years. What do you want to say?
What I wanted to say is, I think they should also explain something about why these expired drugs were used, to clear it out outside, since this thing is already exposed into the air, and it's everywhere in the country now. FARAFENNI Hospital has tampered with expired drugs. I was equally disturbed yesterday when I saw this before getting to the conclusion. Definitely, because I could not imagine why an expired drug should be used by a hospital. Then I did not see the conclusion then, because I couldn't imagine. I said, wow, when they already knew the implication. And this, I was thinking everywhere, like it could be pregnant women during the years or whatsoever. So what will happen to them? I even cried. So I think we should give them a chance to explain why this happened and how did it happen, so that the doubts outside may be clear.
I think the audit query is on the storage of the expired drugs, not the usage of the expired drugs. The storage is what, to the view of the auditor, they believe that there should be storage facilities for the expired drugs. But the manner in which they are packed, that is where the auditors are expressing concern. So I think the journalists they are now here. Yeah, we are made to understand there was a news made around the issue of the issue of these expired drugs in FARAFENNI, and we want to appeal to journalists to not to hesitate to give the news on the day of the presentation. If you observe, on the day of the presentation, we don't comment. We allow them to present their documents, and we will go through. It is today that we will have the interface question and answers, and there we will be able to realize which ones are resolved and which ones are not resolved. The ones that are not resolved are the ones that we should work on when we are doing our reporting. And then if we are to report, you can also say the ones that are queried, but they are resolved. You can also comment on that. Yes, these were queried by the auditors, but they were later resolved. These ones were queried by the auditors, but they remain unresolved. To clear the doubt. Yes, so in our subsequent scrutiny, I think we will not, you wait until when we are at the consideration. It is this level which is very important, not the first day, the presentation.
Take 76.
Yes, I'm coming to that. Yeah. Huh?
In the management letter where you have the findings, this is why I said it says it reads a physical verification of the pharmacy store showed that some expired drugs were still being used by the hospital. Were still being used by the hospital, and details are shown below. Meaning, these drugs that are indicated here were still being used by.
No, we are not at the expired. That's where we are going next. We were on the storage facility. So that's where we are moving to. Next is expired drugs, 3.7.3. On expired drug, the auditors finding the physical verification of the pharmacy store showed that some expired drugs were still being used by the hospital. Details are shown below, that the list of the drugs that were used or claimed to be used. And then the auditors recommended that the management should ensure that all expired medicines or medications are removed from the hospital pharmacy and kept as required by the above standard operating procedures. Management
responded that the expired drugs have been disposed. Please see the report for verification. Already done. Officer responsible for remedial action, pharmacy technician. Date when patient will be regularized. Already done.
Yes. Huh?
Yeah. This looks like medical equipment, not even drugs. Surgical blade.
Can you shed light on the findings that details, for example, in the table we have the refill ointment 40 kg, which can believe to be drug, ointment, and the rest, are they categorized under drugs or tools or whatsoever?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It has been brought to my attention. Maybe I will just say something and allow my colleague to come in. These medical items, some of them, I'm not sure the second one, the ketoconazole 100 milligram, I don't know. I could not pronounce them. So my interaction with the team here, the team are explaining that during their interaction with the management has explained that because some of these are externally used or applied externally on the body or some sort of, they are somewhat safe even after the expiry of the drug. But I believe the management should have set more light on this during the management responses that they provided. This is why I will always encourage the management responses to be taken very seriously by the entity at the highest level, not to leave it to the accountant to respond to the audit. There is always a mistake or misconception when audit reports go to institutions. They say, accountant, you go and do respond. Whereas most of the issues that the auditors are raising are not only financial issues or accounting, they are operational issues, they are also strategic issues that needs even the board's attention in some cases. Therefore, it is always recommended, in fact, before the audit report comes to the Auditor General as it is responded to, the board needs to sit and certify itself that the management responses are adequate. And that is the board that needs to sit on that so that they can adequately address these issues, because they are going to be the ones who are going to come and face this committee and be accountable to it. So you must make sure that this due diligence is done on the reports before it gets out. Sometimes these are issues that we generally happen. Definitely we have faced some of them ourselves, even in our reports in government. We have seen sort of...
CEO, this list, are there drugs or equipment?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The first two are medications. Those are drugs. The last four is an instrument used to for operations and other surgical services. They are surgical blades. The first two is Whitfield ointment, and the second one is ketoconazole. Those are the two that are medications.
So the two drugs and then
the two are all antifungal medications. Yeah.
The drugs and surgical instrument, the two drugs and then the four are surgical instruments.
Yes.
They are all discarded.
Yes, they are all discarded. I think what is the issue here is the use of the language. If you say find an expired drug in a store, does not necessarily mean it is being used. So the usage cannot be confirmed because there is no evidence to show that we are using it. Because it's the prescription part that is used to dispense medication that will confirm for us that we have used this expired medication. So those are some of the issues.
Audit?
When we do our audit and physical verification, there is what they call the store tally card.
The store tally cards?
Yes. And when we reviewed the store tally card, it was evident that these products are being used at the time. And that was why we recommended that they should be moved out of the pharmacy. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Honorable?
Yes, the CEO, could the CEO explain in detail what are the implications of these expired drugs stated here, as stated here? What would be the implication if they are used? Especially with the surgical blades that could be used in operations.
Expired medications and surgical instruments are not supposed to be used in the first place. But as we said, every medication and every instrument have a lifespan. And researchers have shown that you can use these medications even after expiry for a period of 6 months. But our capacity here, it is confirmed that it has to be tested and confirmed that it is still patent for use. But we don't have that capacity in country to test and confirm. So this is why, but it has implications if you use them when they are expired out of their lifespan. Well, I cannot confirm that actually it is being used. As the auditor said, they have seen it in the tally card, but my confirmation of using it, meaning it has to be prescribed and then dispensed out, that is the confirmation. But yeah, they have seen it in the tally card. That does not mean we have dispensed it.
Now, when it's in the tally card,
yes.
What does that imply?
Yeah, once it is recorded in the tally card, it is in stock.
It is?
It is in
In
stock.
stock.
The tally card is used to monitor the stock in
It
the
is in
store.
stock.
Yes, to
And
monitor
what
the
is in stock?
Yes.
For what now?
Yeah, ideally, once the item expired, the storekeeper should have moved it out of the store.
Okay.
Nobody should come and find an expired item in the store. That was their oversight. The store officer did not remove the expired items at the time of audit. And when they recommended that, when they flag it out, management has taken that action that they have to remove every expired item.
What could be
audit was picked.
confirmed was it was in stock.
It was found in
at the time
stock
of the
at the
audit.
time of audit.
But however, we could not confirm whether
The usage of
it was used
Yes.
at the time of the audit.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Then what would it take for you to know that these drugs were prescribed to patients?
Evidence will be the prescription parts that are being dispensed at the dispensing hall of the pharmacy. So if there is any sample prescription picked, which shows that this expired drug is being used, then that will be a tangible evidence. Yeah.
Since those expired drugs were found in the store and the flag was raised, did you make any investigation to ascertain whether it wasn't used by some other medical personnel in the facility?
What I did was to engage the head of pharmacy to find out whether actually what the auditors are flagging, these medications are being used. And what they gave me back is that they are there, but then they were supposed to remove them, but they didn't do so until the audit found them there. I said that should not happen, because once a drug expired or a medical item expired, it has to be taken out of the store. That's the standard.
So, CEO, once you cannot confirm that these medical items were being used or not, because auditors are confirming that it is used, because that's what they've reported in the management letter. So, but your office is saying that maybe they are not used. So it's a way of probability, isn't it? So what can you provide to this National Assembly, to FPAC, to show us that this is an evidence that those drugs were not used?
Well, when we go back, we can engage the pharmacy department to search into their archive to see whether these particular medications or medical items were dispensed at any given time. We can try to confirm that and get the evidence. Yes, that is regularized. Management is meeting regularly. Yeah, already regularized. Yeah, the board is meeting as calendarized. We meet on every quarter. No, the appointed members are the ones who are attending meeting. There is no vacancy.
Well, we were appointed by the Honorable Minister, and all of us are, the ones that were appointed, all of us are reporting. No, well, the numbers that we were given at the beginning are still all reporting.
For them to provide evidence whether drugs were used or not, I think that is now the responsibility of the committee. What we confirm, at the time of the audit, the drugs were in store. Whether they were used or not, it is now the committee to recommend for that to be investigated, to confirm whether they were used or they were not used. But in fact, I think they will cover themselves. Now, that's a concern to the committee. If the committee does investigate that, we can recommend that to be investigated. The auditors have done their part, and in that they confirm that they were in store. Yes, they cannot go further to say whether they were used or not, because that one, they rely on things that were forwarded to them by the management. Or if at all there were patients who were affected and they provide those evidence to them that these drugs that were in the tally were issued to us, that can be further information. But the management, independently, they will not come out to expose themselves. But it's a concern now. We can recommend for that to be investigated. Okay? Yeah.
I think that was provided to the auditors, and they have seen the disposal report of the expired medicine, how they were disposed.
Give it to the clerk.
Disposal certificate, auditors, or report?
Yes, report was provided to us as evidence that it was disposed of.
And confirm?
Yes.
Hmm.
Encourage such a thing, because as the CEO, when such happens, sometimes the blame will come to you and your board. So you don't compromise such. So expired drugs, you cannot explain that. So basically, let it be a learning process point for you. Never compromise that, and you should always check it on the expiry of this drug, because sometimes here we are always dormant. We don't even bother to check expiry date of our products that we consume, which is very, very serious. So it's important that we start taking note of that. And because you never know.
I think this was when it was flagged by the auditors. Management took it very seriously to make sure we follow up on these cases, and then going forward on all our management rounds, we make sure we inspect the pharmacy to see what they are doing and what are the medication in stock, what is their expiry status. So we are doing that on regular basis, and our quality improvement officer also and the team are always on that as well. So we are taking it seriously.
Okay. Then we requested, we were recommending for the issues surrounding the usage of the AG.
Thank you. I was conscious of the time, so I will allow you to proceed. Please go ahead.
Yeah, to investigate that matter, whether those expired instruments and drugs were used, and then to confirm the disposal reports of the management. Now, just to remind the level of implementation, the lack of petty cash policy implemented, establishment register not implemented, board allowances not implemented, approval of staff allowances not implemented, staff longevity not implemented, and the improper maintenance of donation register implemented, budgetary process not implemented, recording of donated assets implemented, private receipt books implemented, and financial reporting framework not implemented. We are better to understand that some of this been implemented in 2022, but this one has to do with 2020 and 2021. Okay? Quickly, let's take on honorable members. I'm sure you all went through the activity report. If you do come across any issue that we feel should be discussed, you can raise so, and then quickly we discuss. I just want to observe, I'm not sure how progressively that was addressed in the subsequent report. The issue that has to do with paragraph 4 of the activity report. We start with the first activity report, 2015 to 2017, paragraph 4, page 5. Yes, summary, on the summary, page 5. Paragraph 4. Institutional deliveries in 2015, 2016, and 17 were 1,490, 1,698, 1,776 respectively. Of those figures, 91% were lifeguards and skilled bird attendants, notably increased from 78.1% in 2015 to 100% in 2017. Sadly, this is my point of concern. The hospital recorded an increase in maternal death by 33.3% from 8 to 2015 to 12 in 2017. There has been an increase in maternal mortality from 8 in 2015 to 12 in 2017. What might have been responsible for this increment?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maternal mortality has a lot of factors associated with it. One could be delay in referring to us from the peripheral level, and delay in response to the case at our level as well, and delay in referring in case we cannot handle at our level, we have to refer to Edward Francis. There could be delay along the line on those things. Those are the 3 key delays that affects maternal mortality. And also decision making from home, how to seek healthcare from home. So these are issues that are affected. Probably at this particular time, I'm not sure where the issue would be, but it is not fully explained here, and maybe in detail when we look at the deliveries, there might be an explanation as to what has happened.
So at this juncture, you cannot specifically say what might have been responsible for the increase?
As of now, unless we go deep into the, because normally what the mechanisms we have in place, once a death occurs, maternal mortality, there is an immediate review. There is a committee that is set to review the case and find out where the issues were until that woman lost her life. So we always audit it to make sure we find out where the problem is or where the lapses, and then we address it accordingly before to avoid a recurrence of such. So that's the situation, the mechanism we have in place. But this particular one, I'm not sure what happened during the time, that is 2015 to 17.
2015 was 8.
Yes.
And 17 is 12. But in the other report, excuse me, let me just clear this. I don't know what's wrong with the reporting. In the 2018 to 2019, the same issue, that is issue of maternal mortality, it is mentioned that 66.6% decline from 15 in 2018 to 5 in 2019. 2017 was 12, I guess.
Yes, 12, 2017.
2017 was 12.
In 2018, they registered 15
2018,
cases.
15 was registered.
15
that
cases.
means the increment continued.
Yes.
From 2015, it has been steadily increasing.
Yes.
From 5, 12 to 15. And then 2019,
It declined to
it
5.
declined to 5.
Yes.
That is 2019.
Yes.
If you cannot specifically explain what had been responsible for the increase from 2015 to 2018, in your view, what might have been responsible for the decline from 15 to 5 in 2019?
I think as I said, I cannot confirm that right now. This was way back, but then the issue could be, as I said, there are several factors responsible. Probably within this period, the hospital may lack the requisite manpower to handle some of these cases, and especially a gynecologist available. That could be one factor, because if you don't have the requisite manpower, most of the time you will be faced with these challenges.
Okay, if I may continue, 2020 and 2022,
Yes.
I think there are inconsistencies as far as the performance of the hospital is concerned in trying to handle the issue of maternal mortality. It happened that in 2019 there was a decline from 15 to 5. However, if you go to 2020, it increased again from 5 to 14 and declined again from 14 to 4 in 2022. Why has that been inconsistently increasing and decline? And to this we would expect, honorable members, because in any case of mortality, the hospital should be able to establish a medical report as what might have been the cause of that mortality. So issue relating to maternal mortality, we need a comprehensive report to be given to the committee to inform us what had been responsible for this fluctuation of the maternal mortality. At one point, we were given credit for the decline from 15 to 5. But at another, we are now worried for the drastical increment from 5 to 14 again. So we need that comprehensive explanation.
Mr. Chair, maternal mortality is critical, and you cannot say the institution can consistently maintain a specific maternal mortality level. The issue is, this year you might be challenged with a lot of issues that may cause you to increase your mortalities, but the subsequent year that issue might be addressed and then you will be able to decline the mortalities. So obviously, we will find out what are some of the issues responsible. Normally, there should be a detailed audit about every death that occurs, maternal mortality. So we have a committee responsible, and they produce, once they review the case, a report is produced on that. We will find out what happened for these fluctuations, and then we try to report to the committee.
Yes, we want that report, because many a time members at the floor of the House are very much concerned with the alarming rate. We have the belief that maternal mortality is alarming, is in the increase. But the Minister of Health usually will have a different thought, that yes, we are concerned with the number, but another, there is decline, trying to make comparison with the previous years. So if we are to follow that trend, now we've not been getting report from hospital directly, perhaps you could be the first hospital of call. Now, if you are giving us that statistics, we are worried and concerned. What we are seeing may not be necessarily the position that the minister used to be informing us, who were with the belief that, yes, it is declining. But if at one point it increases and another decline, I think we are still worried and concerned. Now we want an explanation. Give us that explanation so that if we are to report to the chamber, and then we can inform them adequately, then the minister will know we also got the facts about the situation surrounding maternal mortality. Okay? That we need an explanation, a written one. Go and do your research and give us evidence as what had contributed to that. And they will.
Chair, I have two questions to ask the CEO. One is it not that the ministry or the minister is having information that he is sending to the plenary for answers that with regards to the maternal mortality? So meaning the hospital should be prepared enough to give tangible answers as to the maternal mortality to Fpac. That's one part. And two is, was there any case that the pregnant women do conduct, as you may call it, a medical term like CS, that's an operation for babies, right? That the doctors, some doctors might have forgotten some tools in the woman's womb during operation. Is that the case sometimes? And then also, is that the case that nurses may, I'm using the may because I'm not sure, may attempt to pregnant women during labor? Sometimes, I'm a woman of course, and I know. Sometimes you will go to some labors, you'll go to some hospitals for delivery, and then a nurse will be sitting aside and then ask you to push or to, sorry for that word, but to help yourself when you'll be forcefully in labor and you need the nurse's assistance at that moment. So is that the case sometimes? And how is your monitoring system in the hospital to make sure that maternal mortality will not fluctuate as reported by the chairperson? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the issue of maternal mortality, as he expressed earlier, is complex. If we are using, let's say, the delay model, it is saying that the first delay is the decision making from home for the antenatal, that's the pregnant woman, to leave home to go to the health facility. So once that delay is done, the second is at what stage is that lady reaching the health facility? Two, when the lady reaches the health facility, how long would it take before that lady is attended to? If that lady needs referral, how long does it take for that person to be evacuated from that facility to another one? When any death occurs, there is usually what we call a maternal death audit. The hospital would constitute a body that would now go and investigate that. But what they would be giving you in that report is the medical cause of death. If there was a delay in that lady leaving home to come to the health facility, most likely you would not see that as a cause of death. The other bit is what we call comorbidities. What was the state? What was the woman having any underlying, illness? If that is there, that is also going to complicate matters at the, when she comes. And coupled with the other delays and, the inconsistencies, insufficiencies, that occur, that would complicate matters. The other bit is that if you look at the figures that we are giving you now, this is for FARAFENNI General Hospital only. And you are looking at a 1-year calendar. So meaning that you may go for a month, 2, 3, you would not see any maternal death. And in another month, you may see 2, 3, possibly. So that's the statistics that you are looking at is an annual annual statistics. And that is also different from what the Honorable Minister would present here. The Honorable Minister would present the annual for the whole country, the national one. And there, the indications that we are seeing as at now, the figures are telling us that it is on the decrease. That is the figures that we are receiving. It's saying it is decreasing. However, the challenges are still there because we know our economic situations, in the country. And if the lady has anemia, for example, that the blood is down, and that person now comes to the health facility, that person would now need blood. The hospital is not manufacturing blood. It has to rely on donors to give blood. So if the regular donors are not there, then the escorts would be asked to go and donate. If they cannot, then they would have to go outside and look for blood. And all of that can contribute to, for example, a delay in attending to that lady properly. So it is a very complicated issue. And there are other factors which are social, which are religious, which are even beyond the control of the Gambia. As we speak.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Kerr, now we come, I think, sorry, on the 1 minute. The point is we want to help each other. What we are saying, we find it very interesting. A steady increase from 2015 to 2018, from 5 to 15. Then 2019, it decreased to from 15 to 5. What happens that 2020 again, it increased to 14. So we cannot say in this case it is declining. And then 2022 declined to 4. So what I want to establish here, for the management to provide us a report or an explanation, what might have been the causes for this reported case of maternal mortality, 1, and 2, what might have been responsible for this fluctuation of the rate of the maternal mortality from 2015 to 2022. Maybe if we are to report, we will know that you were constrained of this and this and that. That's why this thing kept on happening, this